check. Hello.
What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello.
What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mahran Al-Bluchi. I'm Loss Prevention Security Officer on the hotel. So I'm just doing safety briefing for 2 or 3 minutes, not more than that. First of all, we are not planning to do any fire drill in the hotel. If you hear any announcement, evacuation announcement, please, everyone, I want to act as a real and go to the assembly point. And our assembly point, from this door to right door, it's a big wooden door. After you pass that door, you will be in the assembly point. And our washroom, it's, if you exit from this door to the left until the last, there's a exit on the left side. If you use that door, it will be in front of you, the washrooms. And smoking area, it will be outside the property. And in front of glass door, you can smoke, not inside the hotel. And we have 2 AED machines. One is located in the main lobby, another one in the swimming pool area. And our all security officer, they are first aider. If any emergency, you can ask for the security. They will assist you with that. And there is any emergency, you can call 1234. If you are dialing from the landline, you can dial first 9 1234. That's all. There is any question? All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. الزملاء المتحدثين، أعضاء المنظمة المحترمين، نرحب بجميع الحضور وبمعالي عبد السلام المرشدي رئيس جهاز الاستثمار العماني. كما يسعدنا أن نرحب بضيوف الشرف جميعاً لتواجدهم معنا، فوجودهم يبرز أهمية مناقشات اليوم في تشكيل مستقبل مالي آمن وواضح. حضورنا الكريم، نرحب بكم في المنتدى الدولي لمكافحة الاحتيال لعام 2024. نحن في منظمة مكافحة الاحتيال نسعى بكامل إمكانياتنا وبكل الوسائل التقنية لمنع حدوث أي مخاطر في جميع المؤسسات الخاصة والحكومية. سننطلق الآن لمناقشة أهمية تشكيل وتهيئة مستقبل مالي بوضوح وبحماية تتسم بالكفاءة العالية. كما نعلم أن الاحتيال الإلكتروني في تزايد مستمر مع تقدم الحلول التقنية في جميع القطاعات، لكونه يصنف على أنه تحدي عالمي. كما أشار التقرير الأخير للاحتيال المهني للأمم المتحدة لعام 2024 عن تعرض زيادة المؤسسات بكافة أنواعها لخسارة سنوية 5% من إيراداتها بسبب هذا الاحتيال، والخسارة متوقعة في تزايد وقد تصل إلى 5 مليار سنوياً إذا ارتفعت نسبة الخسائر بين الفترة من عام 2021 إلى عامنا هذا ووصلت إلى 24%. سنكتشف اليوم في جلستنا عن الجوانب النفسية للاحتيال الإلكتروني ودور الذكاء الاصطناعي في الكشف عن الجرائم الجنائية ومحاسبتها أولاً بأول. يشرفنا جداً الاستماع للخبراء المتمرسين في هذا المجال ومناقشة تحدياته وأحدث طرق الاحتيال في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي والأمن السيبراني وآليات وطرق التحليل المالي لعمليات الاحتيال. تعتبر جمعية محققي الاحتيال معتمدين أكبر منظمة والمزود الأول للتدريب المعتمد في ذات المجال. تعمل المنظمة عبر 99 ألف مدرب معتمد وخبير، وتعمل في التقليل والحد من عمليات الاحتيال وبناء ثقافة متينة في المجال للجهات المختصة والمعنية. ونفخر بتأسيس فرع عمان عام 2015 بموجب مذكرة تفاهم موقعة مع كلية دراسات المصرفية والمالية. ويهدف هذا المؤتمر إلى نشر الوعي حول أهمية هذه الجمعية في التخفيف على أعباء المؤسسات المالية ومنع حدوث خسائر مالية قد تحدث بسبب عمليات الاحتيال، وتدريب أكثر للمهتمين في الحصول على شهادة معتمدة من المنظمة وترخيصهم في الكشف عن أي مخاطر محتملة في الأنظمة المالية للمؤسسة التي ينتموا لها أو أي قطاع آخر. السيدات والسادة الضيوف الكرام، نيابة عن أعضاء الجمعية يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم مرة أخرى.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum, to our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and fellow members. We are truly honored to have with us His Excellency Abdul Salam Al Mushiri, President of the Oman Investment Authority, as our chief guest. We are deeply honored to welcome our guest of honor, VVIPs, and other distinguished dignitaries. Their presence highlights the importance of today's discussion in shaping a secured and transparent financial future. Welcome to the International Forum, Anti-Fraud Forum 2024. Today's theme, the new era, AI-powered financial fraud, brings together leaders, experts, and professionals to address the evolving landscape of fraud prevention and detection. As we know, fraud continues to be a global issue. The recent Occupational Fraud 2024 report of ACFE mentions that organizations worldwide lose an estimated 5% of their revenue to fraud, amounting to over 5 trillion losses annually. Median losses during the period 2022-24 has increased by 24%. With cyber and financial crimes becoming more sophisticated, artificial intelligence is emerging as a critical tool in detecting, predicting, and preventing fraud. Our sessions today will explore critical topics such as the psychological aspects of digital fraud, the role of AI and deepfakes, and the power of forensics accounting. We will hear from seasoned experts in panels and discussions on everything from generative AI to cybersecurity and financial fraud detection analytics. The Association for Certified Fraud Examiners is the world's largest anti-fraud organization, incorporated in the United States and headquartered in Austin, Texas. The association is a premier provider of anti-fraud training and education. Together, with more than 90,000 members, the ACFE is reducing business fraud worldwide and inspiring public confidence in the integrity and objectivity within the profession. The Oman chapter of ACFE was established in 2015 under a MOU signed with CBFS. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Khalil Al-Rawahi, the President of ACFE Oman chapter, to the stage to commence our session with his welcome speech. Mr. Khalil has over 20 years of extensive experience in audit, assurance, forensics, and investigation and consulting. His journey has taken him through renowned organizations such as KPMG, the state audit institution Crow, and he currently brings his expertise to Deloitte. A graduate of SQ with a major in accounting, he holds the prestigious ACCA and CFE certification. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Khalil Al-Rawahi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to all of you. I would like to start by welcoming His Excellency Abdul Salam Al Mushiri, Oman Investment Authority President, our Chief Guest, and His Excellency Nasser Al Jashmi, Tax Authority President, and Colonel Abdurrahman Al-Qayyumi, President of NCFI, and our guests from public prosecutions, honored guests, colleagues, and members of ACFE. First and foremost, I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us. Whether you have traveled from so far or joining us locally, your presence here demonstrates a commitment through progress, innovation, and cooperation. It is a powerful reminder that while we come from different backgrounds, we share common goals and a shared vision for the future. Fraud costs the world many losses. It costs government institutions huge amounts of money affecting the economy and reputation of the state. Not to mention the social and psychological effects it causes on the family and society. In between the world of fraudsters and the interest of the nation and common man stands the ACFE as a beacon of hope and protection. ACFE contributes to serving the profession, its members, professionals, organization, society, as well as the country, and other related benefits such as enhancing professional cohesion, which is the most important thing that various sectors need. It works side by side with the legislative, regulatory, and oversight bodies from a purely professional side. And they also have a role in development and guidance, directing and preparing local cadres to excel in developing their skills and joining forces with their colleagues in countries around the world. On the one hand, and on the other hand, in educating the community in the field of activities, its practices. Today we stand together as a community united by common goal to protect individuals, organizations, and economies from the damaging impact of fraud. Fraud affects us all, from individuals who face identity theft to corporations and public institutions that lose billions each year. As fraudsters develop new tactics, we must remain vigilant, adaptive, and innovative. This conference is an opportunity for us to pool our knowledge, share insights, and cooperate on strategies that strengthen our defenses. On the next few hours, we will hear from leaders in the risk management, cyber security, and technology. Each speaker and session are designed to provide actionable knowledge, foster critical discussion, and inspire solutions that will make a lasting difference. Let us make the most of the time together. Let's change ourselves, support one another, and above all, be inspired by possibility we can achieve together. Thank you again for being here, and I wish you all to a productive, meaningful, adding value and making our events a success. Thanks a lot.
Now we'll get online the ACFE Global Head.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Salam alaikum. Still early. I'm in Dubai. I hope you can hear me and see me. I wish I could be there in person, but I had this as a previous engagement. But I did want to take the time to welcome all of you, especially chief guest, His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Rashidi, guest of honor, His Excellency Nasir Khamis Al-Jamishi, President Oman Tax Authority, His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Salmi, President Financial Service Authority, dignitaries from Public Prosecution, Public Authority for Consumer Protection, Royal Oman Police, Central Bank of Oman, State Audit Institution, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Investment, Promotion, Invest Oman, Muscat Stock Exchange, Royal Court of Dewan, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Transport and Communications, Ministry of Economy, and President of the ACFE Oman, Mr. Khalil Rawahi, Ramadan Prabhu, and other colleagues of ACFE Oman chapter. And also our invitees, guests, Padmarishi Madharan, keynote speakers, other speakers and panelists, our Oman chapter sponsor, CBFS representative, Mr. Yasser El-Kabani, the Assistant Dean of CBFS. I'm here in Dubai at the first Anti-Audit, Anti-Fraud, and Technology Congress. The theme here has been collaboration. I remember the days of COVID when we were all stuck at home, and I felt very isolated, as I'm sure you did. And being a fraud examiner, working with other departments, other people is very important to our profession. And so the key word here has been collaboration, working with your teams, working with each other, because we all have a common mission, which is to look for fraud, to find it. We're there to protect the assets of our customers and our clients. And so congratulations to you for taking the time to come together, to talk together, and to share information and knowledge so that we can all do a better job at fighting fraud. So I appreciate that, and thank you. Just I'd like to congratulate Mr. Khalil Rawahi and his managing committee for organizing, this mega event. And I'm happy and honored to be part of this International Anti-Fraud Forum of the ACFE Oman chapter. The ACFE Oman chapter has been very active in organizing various continuous professional education series and classes for ACFE members and finance professionals in the Sultanate of Oman. I hereby commend Mr. Khalil Rawahi, President, and his team for assembling this mega event for the last 8 years. It speaks to the high level of standards and programs of ACFE Oman chapter. And finally, I wish to congratulate His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq Al Said for his continuous attention, according to all of you in the Sultanate, for his vision, leadership, government, and people, which reflects the conviction that finance professionals remain partners in the nation building and part of the success and growth moving forward. I'll give a wonderful conference, and thank you for your time. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John Jill and Mr. Khalil. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Padma Shri CA T.N. Manoharan. Born into a family of freedom fighters with roots in agriculture, Mr. Manoharan has a distinguished 41-year career as a chartered accountant. A law graduate and an accomplished author, he has demystified complex taxation concepts, making them simple to countless professionals and students, including many of us here. In 2006-07, he was a president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Notably, he was a member of the government-appointed board tasked with reviving Satyam Computers. His leadership extended to key roles, such as the chairman of the CII Committee on Accounting Standards and Taxation. His insights have benefited many institutions, including the training program at the Nagpur Academy, RBI Staff College, and the Judicial Academy for the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal members. He has also shared his expertise internationally, speaking at prestigious institutions like the University of Chicago, the Warwick University, and the University of Southern Queensland. Mr. Manoharan served as a chairman of the Canara Bank for 5 years and as the administrator of Lakshmi Vilas Bank till the merger with DBS Bank. Currently, he holds several influential roles. He is a member of the RBI's Standing External Advisory Committee for evaluating applications for universal banks and small finance banks. He's a chairman of the IDBI Bank and is a board member of Mahindra & Mahindra and the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. He is a recipient of several awards, including the CNN IBN Indian of the Year 2009, and was conferred Padma Shri, one of the Indian's highest civilian honors, for his outstanding services in the field of accountancy by the President of India. It is an honor to welcome Padma Shri C.A. T.N. Manoharan to deliver today's keynote address on ethics in governance. No, this one. But you have this one. Yeah.
Very pleasant good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this inaugural session organized by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, Oman chapter, and deliver the keynote address. And my respects to the distinguished chief guest, His Excellency Abdul Salam Al Mushridi, President Oman Investment Authority, His Excellency Nazar Al Jasmani, Chairman of the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, and President of ACFE Oman Chapter, Mr. Khalil Naban Al Rawahi, and other distinguished special invitees from various forums, such as President of the Oman Auditors, Office Bearers and Deans of CBFS, and other distinguished invitees. Faculties who are going to share their expertise and knowledge in the forthcoming sessions during the day, and other esteemed delegates for the conference. Fraud, ethics, and governance. These are the three key aspects which I am going to touch upon as part of my presentation. And as was highlighted by the President of the chapter and also in the welcome address, fraud can be devastating for not only the organization with which it happens, but also for the economy of a nation. So from that perspective, we need to gear up as to how to take mitigative measures and contain the occurrence of frauds, if not eliminate frauds. But if you trace back the origin of frauds in a commercial world, it has originated as the mankind originated, in some form or the other. Only the form and substance and the magnitude, gravity has been changing from time to time. And especially with the advent of digital era, where artificial intelligence, blockchain, cyber, cloud, data analytics, data privacy, digital banking, all that is taking shape. The frauds are increasing manifold. And all the more forums of this nature should be brainstorming, introspecting, and deliberating on what measures and safeguards that are required for protecting the commercial world as well as the economy of the various geographies, so that our prosperity is not eroded or disrupted by the fraud's occurrence. Now, ethics and governance failures lead to fraud. Ethics is more of the culture of an organization or inbuilt character of and conduct of individuals. And governance is with those who are at the helm of affairs for managing businesses, managing institutions, managing corporates. And especially in the case of companies which are listed in various stock exchanges, the resources are gathered from public at large, global investor community, pension funds. All of them invest hoping that there will be credibility in the management and there will be maximization of the stakeholders' interest and value. Mere making profit alone cannot be the objective of an organization. That profit also has to be made in an ethical manner and devoid of frauds and irregularities. So from that perspective, both these ethics as well as governance assume great significance. And as per the study of the ACFE, the data on fraud is, quite revealing and shocking as well. The magnitude is growing year after year, and therefore, one need to take care as to how to protect the environment from this. Now, in fact, they have also come out with key findings as to how occupational frauds play a significant role, corruption, and common, schemes where manipulations occur, and where through modus of the transactional frauds, how millions are lost. And from that perspective, they have also analyzed which are the sectors where it is happening on most common basis, starting from mining, wholesale trade, manufacturing, construction, real estate, and government and public administration. These are all the segments which are more prone for the occurrence of fraud. And of course, categories of fraud, it can be individual targeting fraud, where somebody's bank balance is siphoned off through dubious measures by impersonation or getting the PIN or ID code and all that. And internal frauds. Internal frauds are also galore. In fact, way back when the technology was introduced in banking sector, in Switzerland, I'm given to understand, I've read an interesting case study where the one employee who was tech savvy, many of these fraudsters are actually extraordinarily brilliant. Only, unfortunately, they don't use that brilliance for the common good of the organization or the economy, but they use it for their own personal interest and gains. That is where the problem comes. So he has managed in such a way to tinker with this system that in every customer's bank account, the fractions, not the main, dollar, it is the cents or Swiss franc, centiums. Only that in India we call rupee and paise. Paise nobody bothers. What is a decimal? So he factored in such a way, only the decimals, centiums, cents, get transferred to his personal account quietly. And it has been happening, and millions of accounts and millions of dollars over a period of time. At one stage, he himself got worried about the magnitude of the bank balance which was accumulating by this seamless fraud that was happening. And therefore, what he did, he withdrew the balance and bought diamonds and kept those diamonds in this locker of the same bank. And at one stage, every fraud surfaced. So it was detected, trial was conducted, he was examined, and verdict was given prosecuting him, punishing him, and the bank claimed ownership of those diamonds because it is out of the siphoning of funds in their bank, customer's bank. And ultimately the bank sold those diamonds. In fact, that was the most profitable transaction the bank ever executed in its history. Why I'm mentioning this is, fraudsters are brilliant, and therefore fraud examiners have to be equally brilliant and think in their ways to find out how they can circumvent the systems and processes and controls. And we know world over many frauds have occurred which have shaken the globe, like Enron in USA. Actually, Enron led to the enactment Sarbanes-Oxley Act in US. But unfortunately, that increased the cost of compliance. Therefore, they had to moderate it, dilute it. Otherwise, many companies were getting unlisted from the NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange. So how to strike a balance? Because you just cannot regulate morality, but you can regulate the conduct. So conduct-based rules, how to prevent frauds. Then Lehman Brothers was another example, and back in India was Satyam Computers. All these have shown as to how financial statement-related frauds can happen, vendor-related frauds, customer-related frauds, employee-related frauds, and how from each of these frauds, lessons can be learned. And in addition to fine-tuning the laws, bridging the gaps, lacunas, how to empower the professionals who are there to detect the frauds, how best the systems can be empowered to prevent frauds. So that is the approach. So on the company, it leads to financial loss, it can result in reputational damage and lead to penalties being imposed, all those things. But on the economy, more importantly, the investor's faith can be lost in that particular economy. Frauds are galore. And therefore, it needs increased regulatory vigilance and adverse impact on the government outcomes also is another impact. Now, strategies to combat fraud are broadly divided into two categories. One is how to encourage a culture of ethics and transparency, accountability. So that needs to be done. It cannot be done overnight. It has to be ingrained in the underlying philosophy of the institution and organization and has to be imbibed within each individual who joins and works for that organization so that it is all pervasive. The strength of a chain lies in the weakest link. So even if there is one black sheep, it is possible that the whole organization's image gets tainted. And the second is how to strengthen the governance and oversight. Governance, those who are charged with the authority at the helm of affairs. Actually, discipline, this culture, honesty, integrity, you cannot expect from the bottom to top. It has to be from top to bottom. Only if the top leadership demonstrates visibly integrity that percolates down to the line, in the pyramid of the hierarchy, and importance of business ethics cannot be undermined. It has to be emphasized as non-negotiable. It just cannot be compromised, and therefore, it has to be very strongly infused into the work culture and administration. Now, the key principles, obvious, how with the social responsibility, because the various stakeholders' interest is there in the functioning of any organization. Not just the promoters of the organization, but also the customers, the investors, employees, depositors, lenders, and the regulators, and the government. All these stakeholders, what they expect is, the institution should be accountable. The organization, the business should be accountable. So one has to constantly engage with these different stakeholders to protect their interest and enhance the value of their interest in the organization. And how to implement, maybe by evolving code of ethics, by encouraging open communication and reporting formats, and establishing institutions with oversight committees. And continuous improvement should be there, because at no point in time you can be complacent thinking that you have robust control system, because the techniques of fraudsters are also getting innovated. They are becoming more and more innovative, and therefore the control measures also have to be innovative. And ethics training is a very important element which needs to be periodically imparted on the various segments of your business, and collaborative efforts can be taken with stakeholders. Now, there are challenges in achieving good governance coupled with ethics, preventing frauds. One of the thing is that always there are conflicts of interest. So what is the solution for that? Frame policies, governing policies to prevent conflict, and wherever there is conflict, how to prevent that person from taking part in the decision. He has to recuse from decision making if there is a conflict of interest. And the training related to that. Similarly, unethical behavior. Code of conduct or code of ethics should be in place. Data privacy, how to ensure, security measures by which data privacy can be prevented or data leakage can be avoided. Then discrimination sometimes leads to frauds, leads to sadistic mindset, and therefore they try to resort to such unfair methods. So for that, always ensure diversity. Gender diversity and inclusive initiative, so that this kind of discrimination is avoided. Similarly, compliance. Compliance should be at the forefront, priority. In fact, as accountants, chartered accountants, forensic auditors, you will always come across materiality concept in accounting standards, material. No, this is not all that material. Let us forget about it. It is okay. It's very small. Actually, that is okay on all other matters, but not on fraud. Materiality should not be the basis for being indifferent to any, because what starts as a small fraud of a small item can boomerang into a very large fraud at a later stage. So it has to be plugged immediately. So materiality concept should not apply to frauds. And similarly, in terms of antidotes, when it comes to opportunity, there are different types of frauds that happen. Because he is not basically a fraudster, but the circumstances, the situation, the environment provides him an opportunity to commit a fraud, thinking that nobody will find it out or notice it. And then there are some human weak minds which get tempted to commit frauds. And that is the time when from a good employee he becomes an employee capable of committing a fraud. So why in the first place provide that opportunity? So from that angle, and the next is motivation related fraud. So there should always be, there could be employees who are in difficult circumstances, and organization should be vigilant. HR head should be vigilant to show empathy, counseling, so that they don't resort to bad means as solution for their misery or crisis. That kind of an approach. And organization backing and assurance will keep the morale of the employees always high. And under no circumstances they will resort to unethical measures. And that sense of belonging also will come with the care. Actually, there are two things. Any corporate, especially with public interest involved, there are intangibles, there are tangibles. If all those companies which gave priority, importance, significance to intangibles have always grown well, prospered well, have built a reputation, goodwill, brand image. What are those intangibles? Intangibles are quality of product and service delivered. This is an intangible. Quality is an intangible thing. It never gets captured in the balance sheet or profit loss account. Similarly, employee well-being is an intangible. Customer satisfaction is an intangible. Goodwill, reputation, brand image, all these intangibles, if one focuses on human resource development, not because he is an employee, but even if he resigns and goes, he gets empowered with more skills and knowledge. It's an ongoing process. Organizations' responsibility to empower humanity. From that viewpoint, it is broad-based and generic. And therefore, all these intangibles, if you keep focusing, automatically the company keeps growing. The tangibles like top line, fixed assets, net worth, earnings per share, bottom line profit improvement, all these tangibles are actually byproducts of those intangibles. So if you focus on intangibles, tangibles will automatically follow. The company will keep growing with prosperity. But if somebody focuses on tangibles, so that and drive with incentives, targets, compensation for achieving those targets by hook or crook, that is where the culture of the organization gets destroyed. Ethics are given a go-by because the focus is on tangibles, not on intangibles. What happens to the reputation of the company is not kept in mind. So that should be avoided. Similarly, actually fraudsters, whenever they have been arrested, interrogated, they have confessed, saying that, there are different ways of justifying their fraud. But, no fraud can be justified because the larger interest of the community is endangered or affected. But the fraudster will have his own justification. So how to prevent that kind of a scenario? Now, the emerging trends and future opportunities, especially for the business community and the forensic auditors, use of technology. It is both, it's a boon as well as it can be a bane, technology, if not properly used. But technology can enable professionals to scale up their operations, even businesses for that matter. Scaling up is possible because of technology. And the speed with which you execute, time taken for everything gets minimized. And the cost of operation functioning comes down drastically. And accuracy can also be assured. So these are the advantages. And cyber security is gaining more and more significance, and it has statutory recognition also, because now Risk Management Committee is a very important committee, statutorily recognized across geographies. And ESG reporting. See, environment, social governance. Environment is for preserving the planet, because without the planet, we are nowhere. So planet preservation. See, you have to be conscious in your production, manufacturing, services, functioning, protecting the ecosystem, respecting the ecosystem, not by eroding it. Your present prosperity should not be at the cost of the future generations, their quality of life, their ecosystem. So that should not be jeopardized. So that is environment. Social is people. After planet, people have to be protected, promoted, preserved, and there should be sharing of prosperity across the spectrum of humanity so that there is inclusive growth. That is what corporate social responsibility is part of that, yes. And governance for profit. Good governance to make profit in ethical manner and immune from frauds. So that is why planet, people, then profit through ethical means. So that is ESG, environment, social, and governance. And green financing is emerging so that, the global warming, all those things, environment issues are addressed. Business advisory is emerging as an important factor, and financial planning and analysis. Then again, international taxation, because geographies are becoming history. Transactions are across the globe. Movement of people, movement of products, services. Though because of geopolitical tensions in some parts, the supply chain is disrupted. But the businesses are so innovative and they are finding alternative modes, supply channels. So the economies are thriving in spite of these anxieties across the globe. And so these are all, the trends which we need to pick it up. And finally, Madoff was a fraud. I don't know how many of you have read about it. It happened in June 2008. 65 billion fraud, Mr. Madoff. And investigation was completed in a matter of 10 months or so. Trial was also completed, and verdict was given by July 2009, exactly 1 year, 1 month. And the judge pronounced the judgment. 150 years of rigorous imprisonment was the punishment judge pronounced. Mr. Madoff, who was in the accused box, he looked at the judge and said, "Milords, I'm already 70 years old." Judge looked at him and said, "Do your best. Whatever, out of 150, whatever period you live, do your best in the jail." Actually, the judge knew this 150 years is not for Madoff, because he is already 70, maybe he'll live for another 30, 20 years. But that is the message sent to the society at large. For those who are planning to perpetrate frauds, this is what awaits you. That signal message is a strong message. So 2 things in this. One is how expeditiously you investigate and identify the culprit, And second thing is, how severe is the punishment? So if these two things happen in every jurisdiction in a systematic manner, frauds will diminish and ultimately they may get eliminated also. But prevention is better than cure. So for prevention, all the regulators, professionals, fraud examiners, we should come out with ideas and measures as to how to prevent them from happening. So I'm confident that this forum is the right forum to brainstorm and deliberate upon various ways by which this can be more effectively done, so that the corporates, the businesses, the world at large becomes a better place to operate and to live. And thank you very much for this glorious opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful speech. And one of the key takeaways is tangibles are the byproduct of the intangibles. Now I would like to invite Mr. Hassan Ahmed, the Director, Media and Technology, ACFE Oman chapter, for taking forward the next part of the session. He is a seasoned auditor with over 16 years experience in various industries. Over to you, Mr. Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Prashant. Today we have among us His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi, President of Oman Investment Authority, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Sultanate of Oman. His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi is a member on the board of Gulf Investment Corporation, Kuwait, and Governor representing the Sultanate of Oman on the Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank Board of Governors. He has previously held various other positions and founded various industrial, commercial, and investment companies in the region. His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi graduated with distinction from the University of Aberdeen, UK, with a Master's degree of Science in Petroleum Geology in 1996. He also holds a Bachelor's of Science in Geophysics from University of Arizona, USA. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi, Oman Investment Authority President, to the stage to honor our sponsors, board members, and CFE passers during the exam 2024. I request President Mr. Khalil Al-Rawahi and Mr. Prabhu to escort His Excellency on the stage. Achieving goals and earning certificates is the key to success and enhance your skills to fight against fraud and the financial crime. We take great pride in the individuals who have passed successfully the CFE exam for the year 2024. Let me call upon the stage Mr. Khalil Rawahi, Mr. Prabhu, and Mr. Prashant to honor His Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi. May I request them please come on the stage. His Excellency, with your permission, now I will call our keynote speaker, Mr. Padma Shri C.A. T.N. Manoharan. Now I would like to call Mr. Sheikh Suleiman Al-Harthi, CEO of Manar Bank. Mr. Alison, Manar Bank. Mr. Alison. Mr. Fauzi, DGM Compliance, Bank Muscat. Saeed Sheikh, Bank Dufar. Mr. Abdullah Al-Naimi from SMN Power. Mr. Davis Kalukaran, Crow. Saib Al-Sharji, National Bank of Oman. Salha Al-Sharji. Thank you so much, Mr. Salha. Aftab Patel, Alumania Financial Services. Mr. Yasir Al-Kalbani, CBFS. And the last, Tagir Financing, representative Tagir Finance. Thank you so much. Now I will call the CFE exam passers on the stage. Ms. Arya Anil. Mr. Ali Ahmad Mawali. Mr. Ali Ahmad Mawali. Mr. Ali Hussain Al-Lawati. Mr. Ali Hassan Al-Lawati. Congratulations. Asad Salmi Al-Wahibi. Mr. Asad Salim Al-Wahibi. Please come. Congratulations. Mr. Fahad Abdul Hamid Adam. Mr. Fahad. Mr. Faisal Al-Harimi. Mr. Fawad Al-Harti. Mrs. Hannan Shaban Al-Sharji. Mr. Hannan Al-Sharji. Mr. Izzuddin Abdul Salam Al-Rashidi. Mrs. Izzuddin Abdul Salam Al-Rashidi. Next, Ms. Karen. Ms. Karen. Ms. Khulud Al-Jufaili. Ms. Khulud. Mr. Mahmoud Al-Busaidi. Ms. Mahra Khalfan Mansoor Al-Busaidi. Ms. Mahra. Ms. Maryam Al-Lawati. Ms. Maryam. Ms. Mahra Khalfan Al-Busaidi. Ms. Maryam, please come on the stage. Muhammad Zayan Khan. Mr. Mubarak Al-Alawi. Ms. Nawal Khamis Hamid Al-Kabi. Ms. Nawal Al-Kabi. Ms. Nimmi Omin. Ms. Nimmi Omin. Mr. Sadiq Al-Ajmi. Mr. Sadiq Al-Ajmi, Mr. Saud Bakazir, Mr. Saud, Mr. Shashidhar, Shashidhar, Ms. Zainab Al-Lawati, Mr. Christian Francisco, Mr. Wasim Khan, big round of applause for the passers of the CFA exam for the year 2024. Now I will call our board members, starting from the past president, immediate past president, Mr. Jose Chaku. Please come on the stage, sir. Next, Mr. Khalil Al-Rawahi. Mr. Murad Al-Balochi. Mr. Ramandanan Prabhu. Mr. Ramandanan Prabhu. Ms. Fathia Al-Maskari. Mr. Haitham Al-Raisi, Director Membership. Mr. Prashant Bafna, ACFE Human Board Secretary. Mr. Salim Al-Mushafri. Then myself. Salim is not there. And myself, yes. Mr. Salim is not there. Myself, Hassan Ahmed, Director, Media and Technology. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi, taking your time out from your busy schedule to join and honor us with your presence. Let's take a moment to recharge with a coffee break, because great ideas and conversation deserve a caffeinated boost. Now I will call all the board of directors. Please come on the stage before proceeding to coffee break.
CFEs and VIBs to have one photo here.
Okay. All the CFE passers, please come on the stage. And the VIPs, please come on the stage. Thank you so much for coming. You're welcome. Please. Faisal.
How are you? Fine?
Good.
Good.
Hassan, where? You go down or up? Shall we go down?
Down is better.
No, shall we go down? I think down يقولوا. I think we go. Shall we? Hi, Nader.
هلا أمل، شو أخبارك؟ كيف الأمور؟ كيف حالك نبيلة؟
Go down. Sorry.
You come from front. You come from front.
No, it's
Go back, go back. Please go.
stand with you. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can come and go.
ما شاء الله كيف الحال؟
اي لا لا انا هو بس صار له غرفه.
How are you? Mr. Davis?
बोले ना यार, मैं बोला था. इसको बंद करें पहले.
hello, hello.
What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities. Raising fraud awareness and holding anti-fraud trainings are important for your organization's bottom line. A study by the ACFE found that when organizations provided fraud training for employees, fraud losses decreased by 38%, and the duration of frauds decreased by 33%. Fraud Week also provides an opportunity to get creative with anti-fraud education. In past years, official supporters have hosted company-wide trainings, competed in fraud-related games, publicly shared information in their communities, and more. Signing up to be an official supporter of Fraud Week doesn't cost anything and gives you access to free resources like infographics, animated videos, fraud prevention guides, and even an interactive fraud trivia PowerPoint. You can find more information about the week, access free resources, and sign up your organization as an official supporter at fraudweek.com. What is Fraud Week? International Fraud Awareness Week, or Fraud Week, was started in 2000 by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Every year in November, hundreds of organizations around the world come together and pledge to spread fraud awareness in their companies and communities.
welcome back after the coffee break. Time management is crucial for the success of an event of the scale to ensure that we stay on the schedule for the benefit of both our attendees and the speakers. We have introduced timers to guide the proceeding. How the timer will work? Okay. Our team sitting on the left side of the stage, they will show the green card. This will be shown 5 minutes before the end of the allotted time. We'll show the yellow card. This will appear 3 minutes before the allotted time, and the red card that signals that you have already occupied your allotted time.
So you call President.
Yeah, the green card we will show the green. Sorry.
I just say the president.
Okay, we will show the green card. Our team sitting on the left side of the stage, they will show the green card 5 minutes before the end of the presentation or the session, and yellow card before 3 minutes, and the red card shows that yes, you have already occupied all the allotted time and it's done. Thank you. Okay. Sure, inshallah. So, yes, thank you, sir. Now we kindly request that all the speakers to adhere their allotted time to help us keep the event flowing smoothly. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite CA Prashant Bafna, Secretary. I'm hearing some noise from backside. Please focus. Some people are saying, okay. So now, ladies, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. C.A. Prashant Bafna, Secretary of ACFE Oman Chapter Board, to the stage to speak about ACFE and CFE exam. Before coming on the stage, I would like to introduce Mr. Prashant Bafna. He's a highly seasoned risk and governance management professional with over 20 years of experience in the financial sector. His impressive career includes key roles at the Bank Muscat, HSBC, ICICI Bank, and Reliance, with a diverse background in risk management, MIS financial planning, costing, banking operation, and business intelligence. Mr. Prashant has an extensive range of expertise. He currently serves as a lead business analyst in Business Intelligence Department and the Bank Muscat. And he is also serving the board secretary position in ACFE Oman chapter. Now I will call Mr. Prashant Bafna on the stage and proceed further. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Prashant.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Is it audible? At the back? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for the warm welcome. And good morning, everyone. Hope you had a nice coffee break. The Association for Certified Fraud Examiners was formed almost 35 years back in 1988. It's the world's largest anti-fraud organization and one of the premier one. It is responsible for the globally recognized CFE certification. As we speak, it has around 90,000 members spread across 190 chapters in 180 countries. The chapters organize CPE training to keep the members informed of the latest trends in fraud. And that cumulatively works out to 320,000 hours annually. The mission of the ACFE is simple, yet profound. It aims to reduce the incidence of fraud and white-collar crimes, and at the same time, assist the members in fraud detection and deterrence. Now, coming to the membership, it has 4 types of membership. The associate member, once you enroll for the CFE course, you become an associate member. Once you clear the examination, you become a CFE. And the other 2 categories of educators and students are for the full-time teachers and the college students. Now, many of you would be thinking, what are the benefits of membership? What do I benefit if I renew my membership? CFE publishes two publications, the Fraud Magazine and Fraud Examiner. It has a lot of information, the information on trends of fraud, the new investigation techniques, the interviews of key people in the industry, the forthcoming events of the chapters and offers for the members. The second is the anti-fraud training. The conference is a classic example of this. The CP hours, the CP training which is organized by the chapters, and the free webinars which is organized by the ACFE Global. Apart from this, ACFE publishes benchmarking and industry reports. To name a few, the Occupational Fraud Report, and we'll see the findings of that in the next few slides. The Compensation Benchmarking Report, the Anti-Fraud Technology Benchmarking Report. These are the couple of examples for them, and which is available to all the members. Apart from this, there are ACFE communities benefit, and the best out of this is the mentoring. You can choose a mentor across the globe, and you yourself can become a mentor for the mentees across the globe. Second is the job board, where the employers post openings. And the third is the career path. The ACFE website provides what are the career paths available once you become a CFE. And then you have discussion boards where you can post in a query and other members of the CFE community replies to it. So there are a lot of benefits for the CFE member. ACFE Oman was formed in 2015 under a MOU signed with CBFS, and it is working tirelessly to pursue its two aims. First, to spread awareness about the CFE certification, and second, to assist the members to become a CFE certified. And for that, it continues to organize the CFE training program, one of which is being conducted in December, between 1st to 4th December. It has a strong membership of 97 members, and you can see there are 68 associates which are in line in next few years, they would be turning to members. The CP trainings, which is provided through webinars, seminars, conferences to update the members on the latest trends in fraud. In 2021, we had organized 10 events. As we end this year, it would be almost 19 events with 31 hours of CP. Now let me share with you certain findings of this compensation guide, which will make you happy. CPs earn 32% more than the non-CP counterparts. Let me add icing on the cake. The CPs in Africa and Middle East have the highest premium. And let me put a cherry on the icing. In 2014, the premium was 25%, which over 10 years have increased to 32%. That's an increase of 7%. Now, everybody would be thinking, why does CFE command such premium? What are the skill sets they have due to which they command this premium? Let me share with you some of the skill sets. So CFEs possess expertise in all the areas of anti-fraud professional. And let me spell out certain skill sets for them. The first is they are able to understand why a fraud has taken place, how a fraud has taken place. And at the same time, they are able to put in the preventive measures. Second, they can understand the psychology and the motivational factors behind the fraud. Third, they can go through the heaps of data to analyze the trends to identify the fraudulent transactions. Investigation. They can prepare the investigative reports. They can write investigative reports. They can interview the suspects for confirmation, for seeking out information. And lastly, they have a fairly good knowledge of law in regard to fraud, which helps them to advise the clients. So these are the few reasons because of which the CFEs command a 32% premium. In the world of AI, ML, I'm sure everybody thinks, will this profession survive next few years, or will the AI take away this job? Let me give you some findings from the occupational fraud report, which will calm your nerve. It is estimated that 5% of the revenue worldwide is lost in fraud. Though the median is only $145,000, but the average loss per case is around $1.4 million, $1.7 million, which is approximately 800,000 riyals. Second, if you see the top 3 categories of loss, the average loss has increased by 30% in last 3 years in all the top 3 categories. A typical fraud takes 12 months to be identified, to be detected. Fourth one, a fraud in which the management or owner is involved, the loss magnifies to 7x as compared to a loss event where an individual or an employee is participating. And if there are 3 or more people involved in the fraud, the loss magnifies to 4x compared to a loss where a single person is involved. So you can see the relevance of CFEs is going to exist for the next few years. And this is the list of professional fields which are open to CFEs. You can become an accountant, you can become a law enforcement officer, you can work in government agencies, private, public. You have an ample scope for as a CFE. So what you need to do to become a CFE? There is a CFE examination which has 4 parts. The financial transaction and fraud schemes, the legal elements of fraud, fraud investigation, and fraud prevention and deterrence. Each of the exams, each of the parts have 400 questions, and it's a multiple choice question, and you need to score 75% to clear the section. So what is the support available? One is a forthcoming course, which is an exam review course. It's a 4-day course provided by a trainer, 1-to-1, where he covers all the aspects of the CFE examination. And at the end of the day, you have an option to give the exam. So in 4 days, you become a CFE. Then you have the CFE exam prep course, which is available to the member if he wants to pursue his course on his own, which is provided by the CFE, ACFE. And then you have the fraud examination manual, which is also provided by the ACFE. With this, thank you for being a kind audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant, for wonderful information and insightful presentation about ACFE and raising awareness on the ACFE exam, CFE exam. Now I will call Mr. Prabhu, Ramandaran Prabhu, for come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Prashant Bafna. Jose Chaku, sir, please come on the stage. I will call Mr. Jose Chaku, our immediate past president of ACFE 1 chapter, and Mr. Prabhu, come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Prashant Bafna. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator of today's first panel discussion, Mr. Nadir Nasir Hamoud Al-Rawahi, who will be moderating our first panel discussion on deepfakes and generative AI. Are we ready for what is ahead? Mr. Nadir is the founder and board member of the Association of Chartered Accountants of Oman. He brings about 23 years of experience from his roles at KPMG and EY, where he served as a director before transitioning from professional practice. Currently, he contributes as an investment and marketing expert within the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Youth, seconded from Oman Vision 2040 Implementation and Follow-up Unit. Mr. Nadir has also been a trusted advisor to the government on numerous significant projects. Beyond his advisory role, Mr. Nadir leads the technical committee of the Omani Association and manages international relations with other chartered accountant associations globally. His expertise spans audit, advisory, business development, and he is a well-known keynote speaker at conferences both in Oman and internationally. Please join me to welcome Mr. Nadir Al-Rawahi to guide this important discussion, deepfakes and generative AI. Mr. Nasir, please come on the stage. Mr. Khadar. Over to you, Mr. Nadir.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the risk sometimes with technology, if you don't know how to handle it properly. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank Fraud Examining Chapter Oman for this time and this creative and important topic of AI. I would like to call the panel that we will all be listening to shortly and what they will give us all on the deep fake risks and awareness on the issues that can be very, very critical and very problematic in terms of fraud and how can it become a disaster. I would like to call Mr. Salam Al-Musharfi. And CA, Mr. Mohanty. Mr. Bikram Singh. And Mr. Isa Rawahi.
Hello.
Welcome to this session and panel discussion. I hope that we exchange and learn more about deepfake and generative artificial intelligence. And before that, I would like to give you an opportunity to let know our audience about your experience and where do you work currently. Can I start with you, Mr. Salim?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my name is Salim Al-Mushafiri, not Al-Musharafi, first of all. So I'm the head of anti-fraud department in Bank Dhofar, and currently the board member of ACFE Oman. I have my experience extends to 20 years in banking, internal auditing, compliance, and risk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salim Al-Mushafiri. That was on purpose, just to show later on. I will use this example as why it's very important on the deepfake risks. Yes, CA, Mr. Mohanty.
Good morning. Myself, Mrityunjay Mohanty. I am a chartered accountant and a CPA. Also, I have done alumni of IIM Bangalore. I have 30 years of experience in industry, majorly in finance and accounts, up to CFO level as well as acting CEO level. Currently, I am working as a chief financial controller with the Sun Packaging. I am also an author. Since last 5 years, I have written several articles which are published in newspaper and journals. Recently, here in Oman, in the Delhi Oman Observer, last month, it was published on the subject of ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. I give the opportunity now for Mr. Bikram Singh.
It's still morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bikram. I'm currently working at National Finance as General Manager, Risk, Controls, and Strategy. Prior to that, I was Chief Risk Officer at Ominvest Group, and been in Oman for a while now. I was Chief Risk Officer at Ahli Bank as well. I am an engineer with my first degree. I've got an MBA. I'm also an alumni of Harvard Business School. Have held multiple board positions, advisory roles. Currently also serve on the board of ABA Oman International School. Also, I'm the treasurer there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bikram. Lakh Isa.
Assalamu alaikum. معكم عيسى الرواحي. This is Isa from Oman Data Park. I am head of Risk and Cyber Security Department in Oman Data Park. I used to work in government as a technology director, and recently, this year, I just joined Oman Data Park.
Thank you very much. Now we can see that our panel are having expertise and understanding from various backgrounds. That's very important. And let me, before we go into deep dive and talk about the questions, I would just like to tell you that what recently I came across before yesterday and yesterday when we were at another conference at United Arab Emirates in the movie industry. It's totally different industry. The actors, producers are facing a lot of issues now in terms of deepfake and its deepfake fraud. So what happens is a lot of exposure of actors and in the social media where the deepfake fraud happens, and you will see that the actor announces that I will not join this movie, or I will not be participating, or he talks against a production, and actually it's a fraud. It's a deepfake fraud. So you can imagine what risks are associated with this emerging and very advanced technology. So sometimes we can say that artificial intelligence is a blessing, but it is also another sharp edge of how it can be a risk. So into that, and keeping that background on actors, so let's see what it could affect our industry and in the finance and all these things. Lakh Salam, can you, first of all, before we continue, can you just please explain to us what deepfakes and generative artificial intelligence are?
So, in the early days of the artificial intelligence, scientists created neural networks. They call it artificial neural networks that mimic the neural networks in the human brains. So the functions of these neural networks was they were structured in such a way that have three layers: input layers, hidden layers, and output layers. So what do the scientists will input the data, they will feed the data to the input layers, then those input data will be pushed to the middle layers. Those data will be processed by the middle layers and then would be outputted to the output layer. So on those days, those networks were able to process basic information like data classification, but they were not able to process complicated tasks such as processing of images and videos. So what the scientists thought, they wanted to improve this so that they can have more sophisticated processing. So they improved those networks by adding depth into the networks, by increasing the number of hidden layers. So the simple layers were only having 3 layers, but the new improved networks had like more hidden layers. That's why they call it deep network layers, because they have more depth. And so these new improved networks were able to process very complicated tasks such as image processing, video processing, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about deepfake is actually consists of two parts. The deep, which means that it's a system that uses the deep neural networks, and the fake is that the ability of these systems to generate high quality content that is in reality are very fake. So a normal human person will not be able to identify if these content are, like original or fake. So when we talk about the what they call it, generative AI, generative AI is basically advanced class of the neural network, and they use the sequential processing of data. And a good example of this was the ChatGPT. ChatGPT is actually using the advanced neural networks in order to process the data. So we can think of the neural network as mathematical functions, where we have y, which is a function of x. And in this way, we can attribute x as the input layer, and then we say the y is the output layer, and the function of x is actually the middle layer. That's the definition of the...
Very good. So that means someone has to have a technical knowledge needed to create such platform, first of all, and then use that thing with the new technology of artificial intelligence to defake the fraud. Okay. Mr. Mahonti, as we understand, we want to understand from you what are the ethics concerns arise with the use of deepfakes and generative artificial intelligence.
Well, there are a lot of complex and important ethics involved. To begin with, just to give an example, if someone produces a lot of unethical or defect videos for his own use, there is no ethical concern here, because he's just using for himself. But if he uses for others to defame others or to defraud others, then there is a serious ethical concern. So I have done 5 broad categories of ethical concern. First and most important is misinformation and manipulation. Deepfakers, what they do, they create fake videos, audios, and images, and of high-profile people, for VIP people, for example, some politicians. And they use that to mislead the audience. And they try to influence the public opinion to damage the reputation of the person. And this mostly is concerned in politics. We have seen recently in the US election, a lot of deepfake videos were for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, as well as Kamala Harris. And they have their own interest to manipulate voters as well as to discredit the candidates also. So this is one of the most important ethical concern on the deepfake videos. Then the next category is privacy and consent violation. Because with the use of deepfake video, they breach the privacy of the person. These deepfakers, they use images or video of the people without their permission. And this is unauthorized deepfakers cause serious harm to the people. And here they target some rich and famous people to extort money. They will create this deepfake video, and sometimes they create intimate content. And they will use to harass you, to blackmail you, and defame you. And they are interested to extort the money. Okay? Third category is ID theft and fraud. These deepfakers, they imitate people, posing risk of ID theft and fraud of ourselves. And these are basically for criminal use, and they imitate voice, face, and get unauthorized access to sensitive information and data of common people. And they mislead people for financial fraud. Here I will quote an example of the CMD of Airtel, which is the largest telecom provider in India. He spoke just a few weeks ago. In the forum he spoke. He got an imitation audio call of the treasury head of the company, it's a large company, as if somebody is imitating.
Yes.
And he instructed, and he was out of country. He instructed, I finished it's exactly the same audio call. I finished my investment discussion. Now I need to invest this much $1 million. And instructed his treasury head, please transfer, this is bank account details, please transfer this amount. It was supposed to happen because it's coming from the instruction of the CMD of the company, of a large company. And the person who taught the international transfer, he got direct instruction. But he uses his own common sense. Sometimes the common sense helps a lot. He says this kind of large investment transfer, usually as per our company policy, we usually discuss before. Then the instruction will come. Then he stopped back, and then he did a counter checking through his own WhatsApp call or a telephone call or email, and it was found it was fake. So this is one classic example of people using the ID and trying to access the various network. Now, my fourth is the loss of trust in media. Because this deepfaker creates sometimes, we don't know whether it's a real video, audio, or it's a fake one. And when we watch TV and we get some video, and then ultimately we come to know this is deepfake. So this media lost trust from the audience. Which one is real, which one is fake? So this is a deep concern of ethical issues. Last but not the least is exploitation in entertainment and advertising. This is sometimes deepfakers used deceased actor. He's no more there, he passed away. Used his video, they create a video and they put it and try to malign and try to create their own financial gain. So this is exploitation of entertainment industry. Even we have seen a lot of science fiction movie where deepfake has been used in a positive way. Positive means is for the movie purpose. But this deepfaker started using the same technology against the person who is no more there. And even some of the actors without their permission. So this is also unethical, and they try to manipulate these consumers. Even the generative AI, there is advanced tool of generative AI. They try to use to manipulate consumers by creating false content. This is against the advertisement industry. So these are a lot of ethical concerns. To address all these ethical concerns, there is a growing call for strict regulation, number one. Number two, transparency in AI use. And number three, consent from the individual is required. And the final one, development of a detection tool. Then we can address this.
Yeah, we
ethical
will come
concerns.
to the prevention of the risks. Thank you very much. So that means, I would like to say that it is not only about video mimics. It could also be by voice. So someone can use Mr. Mohantar's voice and order your team to do something, and that could be a risk. Mr. Bikram, according to your experience in banking and the financial sector, what trends and developments you foresee can happen and develop in the deepfake and generative artificial intelligence?
What we believe is that what we are seeing is very, very initial stages of deepfakes and generative AI. Now, what is going to happen is it's going to just improve and improve in leaps and bounds, not only, in time, in terms of quality, in terms of quality, in terms of the content that comes out. So, it's going to be improved realism and accessibility. So what is going to happen is it's going to be coming more into our day-to-day lives more than we imagine it will be. So, it'll be not only through, as we talked about, videos and voice, it'll be, all sorts of any kind of information or media content that would be coming out. Moving into that, I would say it's the media and entertainment, so the digital actors, the virtual influencers, closer to realism, closer to, we'll have identities that exist and are being falsely represented, or we'll have identities that do not exist and are shown to us as realistic information. More real-time deepfake use, which will happen at any time. More personalized content. Now here, we all see sometimes the social media apps that we use. If we Google a search, let's say if we want to travel somewhere, all of a sudden, or we Google something, we start seeing social media apps on our phone or on our computer giving us information about some searches that we've done. So this is going to enhance. This is going to be, where it's going to be very personalized AI and generative AI, which we'll be dealing with. And it'll look very personal, and it will also feel personal, so very difficult to then start distinguishing between fake and realism. Again, once you have data, the integration into our lives is going to happen. Now, this brings us to the topic of, this sounds scary, but then also, where do the regulatory frameworks, where do the ethics come in? Where do the regulators come in? Where does the law come in here? I think we'll talk about it later, we'll discuss that. And then, the detection, the defense mechanisms, the law, and how do we start distinguishing those? And we've already seen, and this has been prevalent now for the last few years, AI usage in politics, in elections, in talking in generating ideas for multiple forums. And I had a point. And finally, I would also say security and privacy. Now there, I think my colleague Asa will be able to talk a bit more detail on that, but we've got some real concerns over here. So we've got both mix of opportunities which need to be balanced with regulation, I would say, ethics, and and controls.
Yes, and also awareness, I believe.
Awareness
of the public is very important. And coming to both of you have mentioned something in politics and the risk in the politics. Mr. Isa, I would like to ask you, what do you see that could have an impact on politics and policies concerns in deepfake and generative AI?
Thank you, Dr. Deepfake, first of all, there are pros and cons. It's not always negative side.
Yes.
There are some positive side. But in the negative side, it can impact decision makers in politics, especially when you are talking about people who has a decision, and then, as voice cloning is available in a way, so they can clone his voice, and you can see even his face, his video, as interacting in real life. The issue also, the deepfake is improving, as my colleagues spoke about it, and there is a real-time deepfake also is happening,
yes,
where it comes more matured. So if you assume someone is going to have a live session, an important person in the country, in addition, if someone is cloning or a real-time deepfake at the same time, it can really cause a lot of conflict. If you assume between the different sectors in a country or between different countries, it also might cause, and also people, they might lose trust between government and citizens. So this is very important to take care of, and people should understand. The issue is that 90% of people, they believe what they can see, because we are emotionally driven. Therefore, whenever we see in the media, we believe it's straightforward. We have to be aware of what is going to come in the future. And we've seen, for example, the war between Ukraine and Russia, where Putin was talking, it was a deep fake, which it might convert things in a different way. So,
very interesting. I mean, it's a very big risk, and I think the worst thing can happen in a political deepfake is countries can go to war, just as what you have mentioned, on the live streaming of deepfake. So that, I mean, governments should be aware of this. And again, awareness of the public and public opinion is very important in terms of how to not believe what they hear at the same on spot. I mean, especially when it's not logical, as what you have said in your on the case of the financial investment. Yeah. Okay, Lakh Salim, how have you seen deepfakes and generative AI evolved in the past few years?
See, the history of AI is running back more than 60 years ago. However, the development through these years was very slow. I mean, there was some challenges that scientists were facing. They were not able to go one step further until 2014, where Mr. Ion Goodfellow, he came with the breakthrough in the AI, which gave boost to the AI. That's why we have seen after that we have seen lots of development in generative AI and ChatGPT and all that. So through the history, The AI was started actually on the 15th of the last century, when Mr. Arthur Samuel produced the first machine learning program, which was able to play chess. Then in the 60s, the first generative AI example was created. It's called 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚. It is a chatbot which was able to involve in conversation with the normal persons. In the 70s, the development of backpropagation and the neural networks came and gave boost to the AI. And then, as I mentioned before, in 2014, Ion Goodfellow came with the breakthrough in the AI, who introduced the generative adversarial network. This solved a very fundamental problem in AI, where there are basically two fundamental problems in AI that prevented it from going further, which is, they call it the fading gradient, and sometimes called exploding gradient. So these two problems were affecting the networks it reduces the network's ability to learn, and it was affecting negatively the training. So when Goodfellow came with this breakthrough, he gave a boost to the industry, and we have witnessed now these current developments in the AI.
Very good. That means, as you've mentioned, I believe the development of deepfake and generative AI would now even be more faster.
No, it's going to run very fast.
Very
right?
fast,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that is the risk. I mean, the more we try to prevent, a new deepfake fraud will come into the picture. That leads me to a question that I want to ask you. How organizations and even individuals can prevent themselves from falling or being a victim of this deep fake and generative AI?
That's a good question.
According to your understanding, and I
Yes.
believe that you like to get understanding more.
Yes, it's a good question, and this requires a lot of research. Even before coming to this conference, when I was invited for this, I have very little knowledge about deepfake. After doing this research, I have access to a list which we need to follow. Then we are very much aware what is deepfake, how to protect against it. In fact, this conference itself is a very good education or awareness that what is deepfake, how to protect
And
against
also,
this.
it could be also, we can be defect in the process. Maybe, we don't know.
Okay, so I have done 6 steps. Number 1 is awareness and education. This is most important. We should be aware about very common sense of what is deepfake and what are the signals, red flags, so that we can protect from it. And understanding the deepfake and what are the potential risks it causes, that is very important. And there are a lot of common warning signs available. For example, when you see a video, there are unnatural facial movement. And there are mismatch of audio and video. There you get a red flag. This is not the real. Second is the deepfake detection tool. Now in the age of AI-driven, a lot of detection tools are available. For example, Google has Google Synth ID. I repeat, Google Synth ID. So there you put the video file, it will tell you whether it's genuine or it's a fake. Similarly, Intel has Intel Fake Catch. And Microsoft has Microsoft Video Authenticator. So these are the detection tool available, deepfake detection tool. It will give you the result, whether it will scan for a synthetic media, whether it is a synthetic one or the real one. So a company, this is applicable to individual as well as company. Companies can integrate this into the cybersecurity system. And popular tools, these tools are based on ML, machine learning. And this analyzes any inconsistency in facial features, lighting, and sound. And then it will detect. Number 3 steps which we can follow as well as companies can follow is implementing multi-factor verification process. This will protect against any imitation attack. So the example I gave of Airtel CEO imitation call, if this will be like the guy treasury head, he did a secondary method of verification. He used his common sense and did a secondary verification, direct calling to him and email to him, then came to know this is a fraud. Same way we can do secondary method like through password protection when we get a file, password protection, or through secure token, or through verified files. So if you do this, then we can detect this multi-factor verification process. We can detect whether it is a deepfake video audio or it is a real one. Number 4th step is very important. It's watermarking and content labeling. Whenever we are getting any video or audio, which is actually the companies produce or distribute through digital media. These videos are distributed through digital media. And we can tell this digital media that you make a water labeling of the audio or video. Basically, this is for video, water labeling or digital signature. So whenever you receive any video, if it's watermarked or digitally signed, then it's authenticated one. There is no fake. So this will distinguish the real from the fake, and this will build trust. This will build trust on the digital media also. And this works through blockchain technology, and because this will create a verified records. Number 5 is legal recourse and policy compliance. Individual and companies are both, we can have a legal protection available to us. We should look for what are the legal laws, look for a defamation, because a lot of videos, audios against your personal reputation. So look for a legal consequence protection law. And the companies can have their internal policy, and because if there is non-consensual content law available, that will also protect, non-consensual protection law. And the final one is we can protect is to collaborate with the tech providers. Because there are a lot of technology available, and we need to collaborate like the social media platforms, cyber security firms, and AI developers. We need to collaborate with them. So whenever you are getting anything, it should be the real one, not the deepfake one. And this update on deepfake technology and various reporting tools. So as to summarize, to reduce this exposure, and we need to follow these 6 steps, and that will mitigate the potential damage from the deepfake video.
Yes,
Thank you.
That's very important. And I believe also it is time for companies and also individuals within their family to have awareness and somehow like a written policy to prevent themselves from falling into this trap. Mr. Bikram, how are businesses leveraging generative AI for competitive advantages? Can you just give us what are the banks in your sector doing, and if you have any information on other global companies that are taking advantage on AI?
I think most of the banks have already embarked on this journey. Most of the financial institutions have already embarked on this journey where they have started using some sort of technology for generative AI or to enhance what their customer experience is. So always it starts with product and service innovation, because the products that that the banks are giving to their customers, the more personalized products, because with the information and with the tools that we have available now, we can make more personalized products rather than just keeping those standard off-the-shelf products. And trust me, banks that are not embarking on this journey will be obsolete very soon.
Yes.
Because, as a customer, if I want a product and there's somebody who's offering me something which I can just log on to my computer or through my phone and just get that product, rather than going to a bank and choosing it from a shelf and buying something off the shelf. Customer experience and personalization, it's AI-driven personalization, your chatbots, your visual assistants, something that in our industry, which is always, it boils down to pricing. It boils down to how much are we going to pay for a service or a loan. And we have the red card there,
No
so
problem.
I'll be
No
very
problem.
quick.
No problem.
So again, by personalizing content, we personalize on the pricing and price the risk accordingly. Internally, it's process automation and efficiency within the processes. Of course, our marketing, customer engagement becomes more focused through it. Risk management and security aspects. Risk management, when I talk about its fraud detection, it's risk predictions. It's the predictive models that we can build are much more comprehensive and much more detailed. And of course, in terms of R&D for companies and human resource and technology and talent management. So, yeah.
That's good. Lakh Salim, I will not rush you, but we will, Lakh Isa. Now we're talking about for the public. Now, how will this affect the trust of the public opinion?
Okay, let us, if we speak about media, for example.
Media.
If journalists and media organizations, I think they might start or already started to get challenges in this due to deepfake. The source of the information will be very difficult to be identified before they post any news in the public. So this can cause an issues between, it depends on the type of the news where they are just going to post. So citizens might reflect on a deep fake or any information that it's not right. Therefore, in the future, the organizations of media and also influencers, they can be also deepfake is very easy to go, and once, as I said about real time, and AI is improving very fast, this could cause an issue and conflicts in the future. Therefore, taking care of this, we have to prevent and we have to know before we post anything, especially nowadays we have lots of influencers, it's easy to reach to the number of people. In a second, you can reach to millions of people. Therefore, we have to take in consideration that not everything is posted by media could be true.
Yes.
So you have to refer to a proper source. Governments also should find out a way where you can refer to a source, or there should be identity that it will be the main source of information, because AI is a little bit scary.
Yes.
And different countries are working in national LLM, where they should have their own AI capabilities to prevent any poisoning of AIs, whatever we can call it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Coming to that, I will start with you now. Final note, let's keep it quite summarized. For Oman, what do you think that Oman should do to prevent such big risk in fraud of deepfake?
I think we have to have a framework of legal framework where we can penalize anyone who tries to, without consent, to use the deepfake. So this is very important. Some countries started already.
Okay.
And some, in America, for example, there are some countries or some areas, they started to work on it, and it's not easy, but it can be managed. And also how you can remove the deepfake from social media. This is very important. Coordination is important. Some social media apps already started to identify if this is a deepfake, it can be swept out from the media, which is good. But we might have another challenge that it's difficult to detect.
Yes.
because it's running very fast. Even if you see someone is a deepfake, you can identify if he's not blinking, the eyes are not blinking, at least you can know it's a deepfake, or there is abnormal reflection.
Brilliant.
But in the future, you won't see this.
Yes. It will be very precise and as if it's real.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And we might be, everyone could be cloned.
Yes.
So Nader will have another AI Nader in the future.
Yeah,
So this is how it works.
Yes. Mr. Bikram, what do you think that Oman should do to prevent this?
So I think I absolutely agree with my fellow member Isa here in terms of regulation and other aspects. Another thing which I would encourage, and of course, you know, this forum has been very instrumental in bringing this topic up, is sharing our experiences and talking about it. I think at all levels, and whether it is at banks, whether it's at you know, the regulators, which are at ministerial levels, we should have forums where we can talk about it, where we can share experiences. It's not about reporting. And I'm not talking about very formal mechanisms to put it, you know, prepare a report if we've had a bad or a good experience that I reported, but sharing of experiences and have that forum to share experiences is very critical.
Very.
And along with a regulation, that framework. Yeah.
Interesting. Mr. Manoj?
Yeah, first thing is, as I mentioned, awareness. So Oman should spread this message. You should know what is this defect video, and also they come out with the strict law, defamation law, non-consent videos. This is regulatory. And top of it, they can bring a law that all the firms and companies, they should work closely with the social media platforms or cyber security firms or AI developers. So anything coming into Oman, any videos, audios, it should be checked whether it's a defect or it's a real one.
Yeah, or from Oman, not only coming from Oman.
Incoming and outgoing, both, yes.
Both.
You're
Debit
right.
and credit.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, very
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah. Lakh Salim, since you are a member of Association of Chartered Certified Fraud Examiners, I think this will lie on you. What do you think you now, as an association, should act or write a white paper to make Oman not highly impacted on deepfake?
Wallah, see,
I know we are putting the pressure on.
actually, there is like some kind of collaborations right now, still under formation between ACFE Oman and I don't want to mention, but with the government,
with various organizations,
with
yes.
various organizations, including government organizations, we are trying to form a task force where banks, government entities, ROPs will be a member of this task force in order to, you know, handle any type of fraud, including deepfakes and all that. And I think, as I told you, it's still under formation. And I think one of the things that Oman should, you know, do is that they should invest a lot in the deepfake detection systems. My colleagues here as well already covered all aspects of the preventive cases for this risk. And yeah, that's what I feel that we can do.
I think that's very good, and I will encourage the ACFE committee and board to come up with a white paper for addressing the risks and the action points that we can learn. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should just learn from the leading countries that they have and how to prevent this. And I will just close now by just telling to everyone, in the past, there was a risk that don't believe what other people tell you about me. But now the deepfake fraud, how can I tell someone, don't believe what I said? So that is the risk. By saying that, I would like to thank the panel, everyone, and thank you all for hearing us. And I know the session was very long, And sorry to the organizers that giving us red card, white card, all type of cards. But that was a deepfake that we're trying to stop, but someone is trying to let us continue. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nadir Rawahi and our panel members. Please stay on the stage. Thank you so much for your very insightful talk. Now I will call Mr. Prashant Bafna to come on the stage to felicitate our moderator and all the panel members. We'll begin from Mr. Nadir Rawahi.
Not too much camera because they're deep fake.
Bring all the panel members. Mr. Prabhu, please come on the stage. Yes, okay. Mr. Salim Al-Mushafiri. Mr. Prabhu. Thank you. Mr. Isa Said Al-Rawahi. And Mr. Bikram Singh. Thank you so much, moderator and panel member, for the insightful talk. Now I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Hamad Al-Sanawi. Dr. Hamad Al-Sanawi is a senior consultant psychiatrist and the head of the Department of Behavioral Medicine at Sultan Qaboos University. He is also a member of the National Bioethics Committee. In 2011, after completing his training in the UK, he became a fellow of the Royal College of Psychiatrists. Dr. Hamad has a special interest in employees' well-being, psychological well-being, and has participated as a speaker at numerous events, international and local. In addition to his clinical work, he is actively involved in teaching and supervising medical students, junior doctors, and healthcare professionals. He has contributed to the field with several publications and book chapters, particularly focusing on the mental health. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Hamad Al-Sanawi to the stage to speak on the psychology of the fraud in digital era. Over to you, Dr. Hamad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to talk to you. I understand that I'm a little bit outside the specialty of most of you, but I hope my topic will be out of interest to you. Can I have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you very much. So we'll start, my talk will be mainly focusing about the psychological aspect of fraud in general. I will shed light a little bit how fraud has changed with the current area. Obviously, I will not go into detail like the expert who were doing the panel discussion before. So these are my objectives. I'll start by talking about a few definitions. What are the difference between fraud and scamming? What are the meaning of the words? We'll also focus about how scamming and fraud has changed during the digital area. And I will also talk about what are the psychological profile for the fraudist and for the victims. Why do some people fall for a particular scam that will look obvious to most of us? What are the processes that fraudists will apply in order to convince a person that they are genuine or true? So we'll focus on this. We'll start by telling you a story. This is a young gentleman from Oman. The picture is from my private clinic. That's why I'm not wearing masar. So basically, Ali is 23 years old man. He's married with children. And he came to the clinic after a certain incident that happened in his life. He was saying that he started chatting with a girl through Instagram. She started liking a picture that he posted of him exercising in the gym. And then she started to send him, every morning, Sabah al-Khair, Masa al-Khair, and how was your day? So they developed a kind of a romantic relationship. This relationship gradually moved into something slightly not as good. She started to send pictures of her nails, of herself shopping. Then he started to exchange more illicit or more kind of nude pictures. So one day he received a call from an unregistered number. It was from a man. And this man was saying that I found your number. I found pictures of you in my sister's telephone. And I'm going to take this to the court. I will tell everybody, your wife will know, your reputation will be destroyed. And if you want me not to go through this court process, you have to send me 5,000 riyal. So Ali panicked. He had just a small amount of saving. He decided to wire the money for this person in order to shut him up. So a few weeks later, he received another call, same number, saying, well, we've been considering about it. This is a big shame. Now, you've done this to my daughter, my sister. My sister is underage. And in order for me to keep quiet, I need another 5,000. So at this stage, Ali is having difficulty trying to secure the money. He went to his friends to take a loan, and then when he spoke to his friend, gradually the friend informed him that this could be a scam and he should not pay money and he should talk to the authorities who helped him. Sadly, they were unable to retrieve the money, but he realized later on that it was actually a man. There was never a girl in this story. It was a man who was sending him pictures from the internet, and whatever feelings he had for that person were obviously in the wrong place. So this is just an example of what is going on, especially you would expect those with the advancement in technology, such tricks, such tactics will be more complicated when people are able to have application that can change their voice. It can have deep fake, as we heard from before. So this make people more vulnerable to fall for such schemes. So just going back to a few definitions, just to see what the definition of a fraud. So basically, it's an act of obtaining unlawful benefit for oneself or another person using fraudulent meanings by assuming a false name or identity. So basically, the outcome between fraud and scam is the same. So when you are frauding somebody, you actually, you don't have to have that personal contact with them. You might have access to their credit card, you steal their identity, and then accordingly you take their money. But with scamming, there's usually a tactic of having some kind of personal contact. And you probably heard that there was an era when people were scammed into buying property in particular countries that did not crystallize, or you're convincing somebody to buy shares in company that are not real, or people who were bought a fake holiday schemes. So these are the two examples. The tactic behind, or the psychology behind, is pretty much the same. Financial fraud is basically based on stealing somebody's money, using different techniques and using persuasion. So Why is there a reason to fraudulent activities during digital era? As we heard from the previous speakers, people are spending more time online. Most of banks have moved into an m-banking, so it's easier for customers to do everything online. We buy things on daily basis through the internet, so people are posting their credit card details, which made it easier for company or for certain people to develop those different techniques into cheating people. One of the studies suggested that up to 1 billion, the amount of money lost on fraudulent activity in 2023, and also generated AI made it more easy for people to fall victims for scamming and fraud, just like we heard with the panel discussion before. Let's dive a little bit now on the psychology behind fraud. What are the different processes? And you probably came across this story of a Japanese woman, actually, who was scammed by a person from, I think he was Russian. He claimed that he was stuck up in space, that he's an astronaut, and he's stuck, and he needs kind of Uber money to come back. So he was exchanging messages with her every day, and I think according to this particular report, she sent him around something equivalent to $38,000, simply because she thought that will pay him the ticket to come back from the space. So when we talk about persuasion, and these are daily persuasion, when you are trying to persuade your boss to get a raise, or when you are walking, you want to buy a new car, the person who is selling you the car will use some certain tactics to persuade you to buy a particular brand. Or you are basically walking through the mall, somebody who's selling perfumes will stop you and try to tempt you to buy from that product. So what are the different stages or different elements? So reciprocity is basically means that as human beings, we are wired into exchanging things. So if a person is nicer to you, they will stop you, they will spray nice perfume, and they will spend them time to talk about their product. You will feel obliged to return something of their kindness or their niceness to them by buying their product, even if you don't want to. If you are buying a car, for example, the buyer will be very welcoming. He will try to develop a personal relationship with you. He will probably offer you espresso just to tempt you into having that reciprocity. Consistency is basically that, again, as human beings, we tend to be more consistent in behavior. So if you give somebody an amount of money in the first place, you're more likely to give them more and more because you want to be consistent in your behavior. Social proof is basically the sense of wanting to belong. So usually when we see an offer saying this is a bestseller or this celebrity is using this particular brand, we want to belong to that group of people. So this is where social proof plays a role in persuasion. Liking, so this is when the person is being very kind to you. They might ask you the name of your child, so they call you Abu Flan or Flan instead of make the relationship dry. They might show interest in your the kind of work you do, and this is basically so they try to make you more. They try to make you like them, and then you're more likely to be persuaded by their message. Authority basically means that we tend to believe people who are in an authority figure. So the policeman. That's why in some countries we see somebody will fake being a police person. He will wear the uniform and then he will stop somebody. They might start, or somebody who looks more authoritarian. They have charisma. They are dressed in a very fashionable or very prestigious way. Again, this makes them more authority, and the person is more likely to be persuaded. And scarcity, basically, this is here we are talking about things like when you find an advertisement saying last chance, or special offer, or limited offer, or last 3 days. So you feel like because it must be something special that everybody is buying from, and scarce is not available for everybody. So I want to be among those people who get this item. That's why I want to make use of this limited offer. So here we're talking about generally about persuasion methods in general, but we will reflect that on talking about fraud activity. This is a way of diving a little deeper. Here, if you are trying to say, for example, to buy a phone, if you have a high motivation, you know exactly what you want, the buyer will be able to read that. So because you'll be asking more complicated or more specialized question. What is the pixel of this camera? What is the RAM in this processor? What are the different features that you want to? So the person, the central road here, the person who is buying you the item will be more able to convince you by using methods that are lasting. So they make lasting changes. You become loyal to that brand. Whereas if you are not very motivated, you might focus on something very superficial, the look, for example, just because your friend has this particular model of the smartphone, your motivation is low, so the person will again tune the message to be more peripheral or more superficial in terms of persuasion, and then your changes might be temporary. So you don't have that loyalty to the brand. Again, other things that affect the way we respond to fraudulent activities, there is something called cognitive bias. So we tend to have trust on certain people with particular facial areas. So for example, if you have prominent cheeks and high inner eyebrows, you're more likely to sound trustworthy. This is why you could tell people who are on sale, for example, get to be selected because they have that looks that make them trustworthy. We tend to trust authority figure, like we said before. We tend to trust online websites that appear professional, even if they are fake. This is why some companies are investing a lot in terms of working on their website to look as professional as possible, so they will deceive people who are using it. We talked about scarcity, and also some people feel they are overconfident. They feel they are beyond scammers and beyond fraudulent activity, and this is where such people become more victims. There's something also called halo effect, with the tendency that you will feel that you are above other people, you have positive impression about your skills, you feel I am not going to fall a victim for this, but actually, eventually most of us have experienced some form of scamming or another. The hyperbolic discounting is that when you choose smaller reward over a bigger reward. So this is where they tell you you are having a 3 days or 7 days free trial. But then if you are not careful, they will automatically start charging your credit card. Or they give you that special discount or special coupon just to lure you into buying their product. And most people will go and will be happy to make use of such an opportunity. There is also something called foot in the door. So this is basically the idea where if I ask somebody for 5 riyal today, I start by asking for a small amount, and then gradually I'll get them more convinced to give me bigger money. So in this example, if somebody send a friend or somebody you know send you a WhatsApp message saying, I want 5 riyal to pay for petrol, or I have some, till the end of the month, I need 5 riyal only. So you'll pay 5 riyal is a small amount of money. Let me do that. So you'll send them 5 riyal, and then the following week they say, actually I want 30 or 50 riyal. So it's very difficult for you to say no, because you've already said for the 5 riyal yes, so you're more likely to say yes for the 30 or the 50. This is where they say, where they use the term of foot in the door. So you just put a foot in the door, so then you can enter through the door. Sometimes people use real-life events. So, for example, at the moment we all know about the war in Gaza and the scarcity. People feel emotionally involved in this, so they want to help. This is why sometimes you can come across fake accounts asking for donation, and eventually this donation doesn't go anywhere. Simply because the fraudsters or the scammers work on your emotional element, that they want to feel guilty because you are having a good time or you are traveling while other people don't have food to eat. So again, this is an opportunity where people use real events to scam others. Okay. Another technology. Right. So we'll go a little bit more trying to explain what is cognitive dissonance. So basically when you have a conflict between what you believe and what you have to behave. So let's go take an example. For example, most people are boycotting certain companies because they support Israel. That company supports Israel. So say you are traveling in a flight and you wanted to buy water, but the only water they have is from a company or a brand that is, again, you're boycotting. So you feel under a pressure. If you don't drink water, you feel thirsty, You're worried that you might get dehydrated up in the plane. The journey is long. But if you buy from that particular product, you are working against your values. So this is where if you give in, you end up buying the brand that you usually boycotted, you feel uncomfortable about doing this. So this is what is known as cognitive dissonance. So when it comes to fraud, sometimes being scammed, a person have that feeling that I am too smart to have been scammed this way. So they tend to keep quiet because of shame. They don't want other people to know about it. And sometimes not reporting gives opportunity for that person to continue to scam others. So this is again when the victims feel they are ashamed of what they thought themselves to be very smart, and beyond scamming, they feel they can't share that with others. So let's talk a little bit about the profile, the psychological profile of both the actual fraud person who commits the fraud and the victims. So the fraudist is usually having what we call a narcissistic personality. So a person who has narcissistic personality, بالعربي الشخصية النرجسية, is somebody who feels they are entitled to get whatever they want through life. They typically have no emotional concerns for other people. What we call, they have no empathy. So they are happy to destroy other people. They are happy to cause financial problems for others. And I was listening to a podcast the other day about a particular scamming scheme where a person, one of the victims was actually an immigrant in Turkey. And he basically was using the last $500 he had in his account to hoping that he could get more investment in this particular company, which was all scammed. It was all a scam. So the person who was doing the scamming had no issue that this person that he is scamming is already a victim of war, and he is just trying to build himself somewhere else. So this is to show that the people who do the scamming have no feelings for others. They are also very smart. They can use manipulative techniques by luring people into going through this process of being scammed. They promise people with financial gain. So they give you a little bit. Maybe you came across a story of people who say they can multiply money for you. So they start by, you give them 10 riyal, they give you 10 riyal. So you end up by double the amount. So next day you go and give them 100 riyal, they give you another 100 riyal. So you get 200. So by now you feel tempted to go a little bit higher. So when you reach to a level of 1,000 riyal, they disappear. So basically they have no issue losing or potentially or possibly using a small amount of money because they are looking at the bigger pot. They use power and control. They feel they could persistently contact you. Some of them use religious phrases when they contact you because they want to develop their rapport. So every now and then they say, MashaAllah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Tawakkalna ala Allah, Rabbi ifshah li sadri. For that's kind of, they want you to go deeply in trusting them, and when it comes to the final end, they end up taking your money. Some people have this event of revenge. I was again listening to a podcast about scammers from West Africa. Most of you are familiar that typical or the usual story about scammers from West Africa. They are very smart into scamming money from all over the place, and some of them were saying this is revenge from the West who was involved in slavery. So for him, he is trying to clear his conscience, if he has any conscience, by saying what I am doing is not wrong. I am actually taking revenge for my ancestors who were involved in slavery. So it's okay to scam the Western people. There's something called the fraud triangle, which is basically pressure, opportunity, and rationalization. So for example, this particular person from Africa, he had a pressure because he might be unemployed, he's overqualified, the country is not very well developed, so that pressure makes him take an opportunity of other people to be scammed, and then he tried to rationalize by this scamming by saying that they deserve it, or because of the slavery thing. Again, most people who become scammers, they desire quick method of getting more money. They want to get rich, and when they see other people are benefiting, their friends are down this road and they're making money, this motivates them to follow the same route. We talked about cognitive biases, and sometimes this is what being overconfident cost you being scammed yourself. What about the victim? So basically the victim, in short, all of us can be victims. Classically, we tend to think about the elderly person who has little literacy with the internet. We talk about the impulsive youngster who is playing all the time with his computer and trying to make more money to buy the latest game. But the fact is that most of us are vulnerable because the technology and the fraudsters or the scammers have developed new skills. All of us are likely to become victims if you're not careful. So particular groups, we talked about particular groups being more vulnerable, the elderly, people who are lonely. Some of the quite famous form of scamming is what we call romance scamming. So if somebody will make you think they are in love with you, they contact you every day, they promise you, they call you sweet names, they show you that passion. And if you are elderly, if you live on your own, if you have kind of boring marriage, let's say, so you wanted that kind of revelation, new refreshment in your life. So that makes you an easy target. People who feel shame because of being victims, they tend to stay quiet because they feel guilty that someone else has scammed them. Also the development of social engineering, as we heard from the previous discussion, that now every time you put something about you in social media, they send you those kind of tailored advertisement. So they know that you are going to go for a holiday, for example. You see more ads targeting that kind of holiday, the place of your holiday. They tend to know what you like because the cookies in the website that most of us accept without actually being careful about the content. This end up with the programs sorting data about you, which then whatever advertisement is targeting toward your needs and your vulnerabilities. Also, we talked about importance of manipulating emotions, the fear, the excitement by suddenly getting your dream holiday. By investing a small amount of money, you feel tempted to go for this. And they start developing or building that dream for you until you discover it was all fake. Again, digital platform also played a role because everybody can be anonymous online. You are not sure whom you are talking to. And we heard in the previous session that even deep fake, sometimes you can't believe the person is the exact person that he is doing that particular video. Ease of access, most people have more than one telephone. You can open lots of accounts. You can easily communicate with different people. And in this podcast, the scammer was saying that he had like a logbook for each person he was scamming. What time does that person wake up? When is his birthday? So he makes sure to send him happy birthday wishes. And he will keep a different log for each personality that he's portraying. So he makes sure that he doesn't mix up his victims. And also the automated tools, so things that catches your personal information and send you targeted advertisement. I think most of the previous speakers have spoken already about different types of digital fraud, the phishing attacks that get sent, the social media scams that most people fall for, and also the cryptocurrency, which for me, it's a big no because I know nothing about it, but I have colleagues who have invested in crypto tendency. Sometimes you have people trying to convince you to buy crypto coin online, hoping or selling you the hope that you will get very rich in a short period of time. More psychological tracks in social engineering. We spoke about the baiting and the psychological manipulation that the fraudsters use. So how can we deal with fraud? This part was covered in the previous panel discussion. So quickly from my part, building awareness is very important, and especially awareness should start with the younger generation because they are spending more time online. They're more likely to get involved with using the internet. Some of them feel they are internet savvy and they cannot be tricked, so they become the perfect victims. Some of them can be very impulsive. They saw this nice new video game, they want to buy it. Some of them would want to have more money so they can buy more games. So again, education should start from an early age. Increasing the digital literacy, allowing people to experience critical thinking. If it is so good, sometimes it's in your face. It can't be so good, so it must be a scam. So listen to your hunch. Sometimes you have that gut feeling. And in terms with digital romance, if somebody say they like you, they love you, and they know nothing about you, then again, this should make you more suspicious about this person's intentions. Try to exercise emotional regulation. Learn that if you want something, you have to wait for it. You should not be tempted to do everything under pressure. So if you see last offer or limited offer or everyone else is doing this, stop and think, is this exactly what I want? Avoid making decisions based on the heat of the moment or pressure from others, and strengthen self-control. Again, new technology, we talked about new technology being the reason for committing or facilitating fraud. At the same time, it can be a way or a tool for preventing fraud by having what was known as behavioral monitoring. So the system will monitor your behavior. So they know if this kind of whatever purchase or activity you are doing is outside your usual character. In the past, the banks used to call you if they see a transaction from your card when you are coming from a different country, just to make sure that you have traveled. And I think some bank, you have to tell them that you are traveling ahead so they could release your card so it could be used abroad. Again, user profiling. Am I the type of person that plays golf? So it's okay if they see there is a payment for a golf set in my account. Transaction monitoring is also important. Again, machine learning can help in detecting those baits in the internet. They can screen out and identify sites that are potentially harmful or fraudulent. In the conclusion, as we saw, psychology, or understanding the psychology behind fraudulent activity is very important. We talked about the profile for victims as well as those who are perpetrating the attack. We saw how combined technology can be a tool and also can be a way of preventing fraud. And finally, awareness is very important in order for people to protect themselves from fraud. For those of you who are interested to learn a little bit more about it, this is an article that I wrote in Oman Observer, so the link is the QR code. And I'd like to thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Mr. Haytham and Mr. Dawes to felicitate Dr. Hamad al-Sinawi. Thank you, Dr. Hamad al-Sinawi, for the insightful and insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite 𝐶 𝐷, past chairperson, ACAI Muscat chapter, to the stage to speak on the fascinating topic of fraudology in the digital world. 𝐶 is an accomplished GRC professional with over 25 years of experience and was recognized among India's top 100 women in finance by the Association of International Wealth Management of India in the leading category. She is the co-founder and CEO of �G𝐾𝐲𝐽 Software, a company specializing in digital transformation, process re-engineering, business continuity management, corporate governance, and risk management, helping clients build robust internal controls. Ashwini's career includes roles such as Chief Audit and Risk Officers at 𝐓𝐴𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐲𝐽 Insurance Company, MVP Corporate Finance at Vision Investment in Oman. She has also worked with prestigious firms like Deloitte, KPMG, Kotak Bank, and JP Morgan Chase in India. Beyond her chartered accountant credentials, she holds numerous qualifications, including CISA, CIA, CFA, and a certification in operational risk management from CISI UK. Please join me in welcoming CA Ashwini to share her insights on the fraudology in the digital world.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you so much. Namaste, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. We have been talking about the digital world today, and I'd like to take you through some of the frauds or possible frauds that could happen when digital projects are taken up by the companies. So that's the specific area that I'm going to talk on. These are the contents of my talk today. So about going digital, about fraudology, frauds when going digital, and once you are into the digital world, remedies, and what do we learn in conclusion of all this. So going digital. So, friends, many times this word is used very interchangeably, but there is a difference. There is a difference between digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Digitization is nothing but converting your manual records into digital records. So even something like you have IT system to process your data, but all the documents that are generated are still manual, physically signed, and then you scan and store those records. That's basically digitization of your records. Digitalization is where companies take up some projects, some departments, some functions. They get into the digitalization mode where there is improved communication, reduced errors, because there is automation which has started. And digital transformation is where the entire company changes across all functions, so it's much bigger. Now, are these really progressive? No. Some companies can directly decide that, yes, I want to make a major revamp and go for digital transformation. So it's not necessary that you do one first and only then you do the other one. Any company could be at any stage, but for sure, today's world, either we are doing this or in process, or companies have already achieved this. I was going through some statistics, and what shocked me is that in digital projects, about 70% of digital projects fail, and that's because of certain reasons, and we'll come to that. Fraudology. So, like sociology and other terms which is used. So fraudology is nothing but the science and study of fraud. So since we are talking about frauds and possible frauds, and in frauds in the digital world, so I thought let me delve a bit into this. Any action done intentionally to disadvantage another person or entity, which effectively leads to the action of one party causing a financial loss to the other party. So that's a simple definition of fraud, as all of us we know about it. In the digital world, how can this happen? So frauds can be at various stages. The stages could be at the time of going in for new digital projects, at the time of implementing these projects, and after these projects have been implemented. And if you see the sources from where these frauds could be happening, these could be happening from the technology vendors, the vendors defrauding the companies, from employees. I mean, employee frauds is nothing new to all of us as a concept. frauds by business partners and third-party vendors that the companies are dealing with, and by external parties and fraudsters, like we heard our speakers today talking about the deepfake and other things. So these could be the different sources that the frauds could be happening from. So frauds when going digital, and I spoke about the vendor-driven frauds, underlying causes. So what happens is, IT vendors sometimes, if they are consciously giving a different picture than what they can deliver or than what is possible to be delivered, then that's defrauding the customers. And I'm not talking about a genuine gap in understanding. That's a different thing. So there can be a genuine gap where the IT company does not understand the requirement, or the company is not able to express their requirements to the vendor, and hence there is a gap, and hence the deliverable is different. Here I'm talking about a case where the company, which is giving a digital solution, the vendor is giving a digital solution to the company, but they know that they are not capable of doing it, and still they are doing it. So that's again a fraud. That's a fraud, and that comes under this digital scope. So companies do not have the expertise or the time, or their teams are not capable of delivering those products, yet they promise these. That's where these are the vendor-driven frauds. Now, the second one, as I mentioned, is a digital project implementation and the underlying causes. See, whenever there are digital projects which are being implemented by companies, there is a shake-up which is happening, because the company is changing from its traditional way of doing business and getting into a new way of doing business. Because of that, maybe sometimes staff are pulled out from their normal duties, causing gaps in the controls. So let's say there is a department of 5 people or 10 people, and you take out 2 or 3 people out of that department. You tell them, okay, from today we are having this big project happening, so you'll be working only on the project. So you will have a lesser strength in that department. How do you then still have the maker-checker controls in your existing function? Vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the existing systems become more widely discussed and known. So what typically happens is, when a team is being formed out of your existing staff, and they are the ones who are dealing with the vendors, telling them about what are the new things that we want in our IT systems, our digital systems, these people, staff who are working there, they come to know about the vulnerabilities in the existing system, which probably they were not aware of earlier, right? When people come to know about vulnerabilities, again, there will be your opening doors for them to misuse that knowledge and use it against the company. The third one in that is management's grip on the existing controls becomes loose. So when a company goes in for a new project, the focus changes to the new project, the new system implementation. And this is where one could, the management's control on the existing process, because while you are in implementation of a new project, your business is still done by your existing processes or the systems or the mechanisms which are going on. And if management's controls over there become loose, then that's where, again, these are red flags and there are possibilities of frauds taking place. So this is when going digital. So you are still at a stage where you are in the process of going digital, and frauds in the digital world. So once you have gone digital, once you have changed your existing manual or semi-manual processes to digital processes, what could be the things that can cause frauds? Typically, AI and technology is replacing some people. So let's say a 10-people department gets reduced to a 2-member department. How do you then have the same set of controls, right? And we are typically used to the maker-checker controls and these kind of controls. If you have lesser number of staff, how do you then avoid the conflict of interest? How do you then still have the same assurance? No or less paper trail. Of course, when we say we want to go green, paperless and everything, traditionally we are all used to looking at papers and signatures and physical documents. If everything is inside that black box called computer, then you are not going to have any paper trail at all. So that's again going to lead to possible frauds. Naive staff. How many times have we seen people writing down their passwords on their computers, next to their computers? When we are talking about digital world, when we are talking about payments and transactions happening through the digital mechanisms. When we are talking about B2C and B2B used for selling our products, everything is digital. And if we are sharing our passwords or if we are writing our passwords, then the implications of that can be far more serious. And this is what can lead to further frauds. Exposure to internet and a larger horizon of new risks. Like we were talking about the deep fakes, we were talking about a lot of things in the morning. Hacking which happens, there are hackers out there, and we said that the hackers are smarter and the fraud detectors need to be even smarter than them. So we are exposing ourselves and our companies to those kind of risks when we start using the B2Bs and B2Cs and internet payments and online digital systems. And these, by the way, are changing at a very fast pace. Today you plug some holes, today you do a VAPT of your systems and say that, okay, I'm foolproof, but tomorrow there might be a new vulnerability that comes in. And again, me and my company is exposed to that. Lack of adequate training to staff on the new technology. So the pace of technology is really moving so fast. Are we really training our people to use that technology in an effective manner? That's a question. And if not, then we are again opening floodgates for possible frauds. Over-dependence on vendors after go live. And initially that does happen because if the company and everybody, maybe it's a management's pet project and we want to go live, we want to prove to the board or the public that, okay, we have done this. And in that if sufficient training, testing has not been done for the project, that the team members have not been trained properly, then even after go live, there can be over-dependence on the IT vendors. There are vendors who would be given data edit access to the live databases. Maybe there are supposed to be two roles, which are a maker and a checker roles, and the vendor is being given access to both those, or through the admin access, the vendor does both those transactions. Again, we are opening floodgates for possible frauds. Generally, management and staff being less tech savvy. They are supposed to be the authorizers. They are supposed to be the approvers of transactions. Let's say a typical case of payments happening online. If in such a case, they are less tech savvy and they tell one of the juniors, okay, can you take care of that? Traditionally, the person was used to signing checks, physical checks. But now if all the payments to the vendors are going to happen online, because you went for a digital system, and the person delegates that authority or just shares a password and gives that authority to someone junior, and maybe that's a person who's preparing the LPOs or selecting the vendors. So again, we are opening floodgates for more frauds. And management's actions or intentions not verified or reviewed by the real stakeholders. So also, what can happen is there are frauds which are meant or which cook up the books of companies, as we all are aware. The real intentions of what management is doing while implementing these projects, if that is not assessed very well by the real stakeholders, meaning the boards typically who are the representatives of the shareholders, then again, while you have replaced your manual or traditional way of business process by a digital process, probably with whatever is going on in that could still have opened floodgates for different kinds of frauds. So as I mentioned, the digitalization and digital transformation, just wanted to share a few examples. If there was a digitization project done by a company, a possible fraud in that is if you don't have proper access controls in the document management systems that are being used, then the confidentiality of sensitive information which is now stored in a digital form, and now in this scenario you don't have any physical documents, then the confidentiality of your sensitive information could be compromised, and this could lead to frauds. Digitalization. Data typically in a business passes from one department to another department. If one department or one function has gone digital, all the transactions are done digital, but the next department is still on a manual, or in the traditional manner carrying out the business. So let's say LPO process is digitalized, but the payment system is still not integrated, so the integration has still not happened. There again, whether the cashiers are misusing, what are the controls that are there in place, possible scenarios for a fraud. Digital transformations, as I mentioned a few minutes back, if the delegation of approvals and signing of checks, approvals for payments, for example, if that gets delegated to junior levels, that's just one more example. Safeguards and competencies. So if there is a problem, there has to be a solution, and we all have to work on that. So before commencing projects, as I said, vendor-driven frauds, it is extremely important that the legal contracts are reviewed, and they need to be reviewed by third-party IT legal experts. So there are legal experts who specialize in IT contracts, and they can be hired when a company is going for huge mega projects, $1 million, $2 million. When the investment is large, companies need to look at this, that the contracts are properly reviewed. Testimonies from previous customers need to be taken, and assess the capabilities of the team members who are going to work on your project, and whether they are suitable, whether they understand your industry very well or no. Though these sound as standard, standard safeguards which we are already doing probably, but now in the digital world, when things are changing so rapidly, these things are really important and need to be taken care of. During the project implementations, so access control in the existing processes we need to assess the controls in the existing processes, because as I said, we might pull out some team members from the existing processes and put them on the projects. So with that, because of those gaps, how are we really carrying out our routine business while the project is going on? So the controls in the routine business need to continue in this new scenario with the reduced staff, and that needs to be assessed. So the companies need to focus on that. The staff who have been assigned to the project, maybe their access to the routine systems, to your existing live systems has to be reduced or reworked on. Maybe they should not be having the same access or same approval access. Or if they are still doing something, then that needs to be reviewed by someone else. That's because they are now privy to the vulnerabilities of your existing system, more privy to that than what they were before. And the third one is management, of course, should not lose sight of what's happening in their routine business just because they are now taking care of the new high-profile project. Continuing on that, when the new projects have been implemented, awareness sessions are a must for stakeholders. What is required is clear process flowcharts need to be made for the new business flow, because now there are going to be less number of people. The new process flows need to be re-engineered. Your processes, the company's processes need to be re-engineered to suit the new technology. To be able to embrace the new technology, this becomes an important part. To ensure that the assurance in this new scenario is still continuing for the stakeholders. So board members need to be trained to understand what is this digital project really doing. How do they still get the assurance that everything is going on well on the internal controls aspect? Adequate training to staff on usage of the new technology, and also on the downside of not using the proper controls. So because everything is now in the system, there generally is a feeling that, oh, this is coming from the system, so I can trust on that, I can rely on that. But the controls in the system are only as good as what has been programmed or what has gone into that program, the digital project. Reskilling is extremely important. I mean, this is a very common question. Is AI going to replace our jobs, right? Is AI really going to replace our jobs? I believe no. And why I say no is the same jobs are still going to be required, but the skill set required to carry out those jobs is going to change. And the skill sets on the IT front is going to be paramount. So whether it's, and especially if it's the non-IT department staff, the support functions, the finance functions, the internal audit, the risk management departments, compliance functions, these all people need to be trained, and trained very exhaustively on IT systems. They need to understand how to use the same technology to carry out their traditional work of giving an assurance, of assessing the risks, of ensuring the compliances, of the financial department, the finance department's role for the finance control, etc. And a thorough review of new system implementation by independent experts is a must before it goes live to ensure that what the stakeholders really want, those controls are still continuing and the main purpose, the safeguards, the assets of the companies are safeguarded and the purposes are really served. In conclusion, as a food for thought before we all are ready for the actual food, so going digital does not necessarily mean that your systems and business processes are now safer. That's the feeling, oh, I'm now in a system, everything is coming from the system. So that's something we need to keep in mind. Conscious efforts need to be put in place by the companies to ensure that different control mechanisms have now to be implemented. Maybe the controls which were there in place in the earlier scenario, we would just put things in physical lock and key, but now there are different control mechanisms that need to be put in place, which need to be understood and implemented and tested. Human aspect still remains it's still the people who are operating these systems, right? And we said fraud, like TNM sir mentioned, greed. Greed is what causes fraud. So the human greed and human aspect still continues as long as human beings are there. So because of that, the risk of fraud will continue irrespective of whatever digital technologies and whatever systems that we go for. This is something we need to bear in mind. And because of that, whenever we are implementing any digital projects, this should not give us a false sense of security. We need to remodel ourselves to the new systems. Newer risks have to be added to our risk registers. So every department needs to assess what are the processes that they are having. How has it changed because of the digital projects? And what are the new risks that have got added? How do I mitigate those risks? And how do I monitor them? And how do I reduce them to an acceptable level? Reassess all possible fraud red flags in the new scenario and address them very well. That's it from me. I tried to cover well within time as I had the green card. Thank you so much. I'm happy to, I don't think we are taking any questions now, but I'm happy later on, even in the lunch or whatever, to discuss with anyone because the subject is very passionate to me. Thank you so much.
Let me call Mr. Ramananda Prabhu, Treasurer and Director, International Relations, ACFE Oman Chapter, to felicitate our esteemed speaker. Thank you, C.A. Ashwini, for your valuable and enriching insights. Now, I have an announcement. Attendance certificate will be distributed after the end of the conference, and a gift from ACFE as well to all attendees. So please stay with us. Thank you. And I'd like also to invite everyone to enjoy lunch break. Please return promptly by 1:45 p.m. so we can smoothly continue with the next part of our session. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you for being mindful to our schedule. Thank you.
Hello, check.
لو يصورونا انا وانتي.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce Mr. Pete Byrne, who is the moderator for second panel discussion, The Impact of AI on Financial Fraud Prevention and Detection. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce Mr. Pete Byrne, who is the moderator for the second panel discussion, The Impact of AI on Financial Fraud Prevention and Detection. Pete worked in banking for over than 30 years, the last 18 of which were spent as head of audit for 3 different banks. He was the first head of audit for Bank Sohar and Al-Izz Islamic. Pete is passionate about staff development, and 3 of his staff in Oman have gone on to become heads of audit in their own right. He now runs his own advisory service where he specializes in staff development, audit, and risk management. He is a qualified auditor and fraud examiner and holds a diploma in Islamic finance. I kindly request Mr. Pete to come on stage and take the session forward.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. Thank you. I'd like to start with you. What are the most significant advantages of using AI in detecting financial fraud compared to traditional methods?
Okay, thanks, Dean. So, as I said previously, I used to work as the Chief Compliance Officer, so I had responsibility for money laundering, and now as part of internal audit, I have responsibility for fraud investigation. So maybe I'll just give two aspects. When we were back in, back when I was the same in many cases now, but back when I was Chief Compliance Officer with responsibility for money laundering, everybody in the bank, everybody had to have a rules-based system to generate alerts in terms of suspicious activity, right? So, and for any compliance officers or AML officers to be very familiar with that, it's still the tools they use today, right? Now, when you look at the way those systems are structured, you would come along at the start of a particular period, you would identify the risks, you would look at maybe high-risk transactions, high-risk customers, and then you would build rules around limits or thresholds to identify alerts that then you could determine whether you would report suspicious activity. Fine. Now, in terms of AI capability, we see that anomaly detection is becoming a big thing in this field, right? So this is now very different, and in fact, I would have looked at it as being very advantageous if I was back, when I was back as a compliance officer, if I had the facility of AI through anomaly detection, which taking clusters of customers. So for example, you're looking at it slightly from a different perspective where you're taking customers, let's say you take all men, government employees from 25 to 45, and you'd say, the AI will look at it and go, well, what are the normal behaviors there within that? That will use its intelligence to develop what the normal behaviors, and then it will pick out the anomalies in those behaviors for you to look at. So this gives you greater reach in terms of not reliant on the thresholds, the numbers that we traditionally looked at, but very much looking at the behaviors and bringing out those anomalies. So behavior driven for normal clusters of customers that previously you may not have been looking at. So that's number one.
Number on the fraud side, if you look at, and I guess CFE, ACFE would have done many surveys in the past where we've looked at, how do we detect fraud, right? Typically, and I didn't look at the percentages before I came, but we have whistleblowers. We use our rules-based systems. We use complaints from customers. We look at MI in the front line or the second line or even the third line, right? We'll pick them up very few through internal audits, right? So, but they're all post facto, right? These are all historical methods. The fraud has more or less happened. In relation to fraud and using NI, we're now using, if you I don't know what that is. Switch off the tap. Make sure you've you've identified what the gap was. Shut it down. Make sure it doesn't happen again, and in many respects hold somebody accountable. Making sure it doesn't happen again. We're now looking to see AI using the neural tools rather, neural networks that we can use to facilitate predictive mechanisms to see when frauds can happen. If you look at the classic case, myself and Pete, a classic fraud scenario in the old days was the bank teller robbing £1 from the retirees, right? This is a classic case, whether it was post offices or banks, right? With the AI solutions now, you'd be able to look at not only just the transactions on the teller's account, but you'd be able to look at how many times they've accessed the retirees' accounts. So you're looking at pools of data to allow you to identify frauds, but also predict what people and profiles of people in your organizations were more likely to commit fraud in the future. And when we look at fraud, if anybody here has been involved in a fraud investigation, it's better to be ahead of the pack and ahead of the thing rather than chasing it. And a lot of the tools that we have today, the traditional tools, mean that we are on the back foot a lot of the time.
What about the main challenges that financial institutions face?
Yeah, two main challenges. And I know we've only got a half an hour here, and this is a subject that you could spend a lot of time on. In terms of challenges, I just want to give one case study I don't know whether people are familiar with Bunk Bank. This is a Netherlands bank. And one of the big challenges with AI, I find, is knowledge. So let's look at Bunk Bank scenario. Back established in 2012, secured its license 2014. It's a neo bank, so one of these digital banks based out of Holland. It is decided that in terms of its monitoring and what it needs to do to identify fraud and money laundering, it's going with an AI solution, okay? The regulator objects and says, no, you need to use the rules-based system. You need to use traditional rules-based. It took a case to the court and it won it. It won it on appeal. Now, what they said in the court was, Bunkback made the case to say, listen, two things. One is, it's 2.5 times to 5 times more efficient than the traditional rules-based system. And in addition to that, we are looking at a point in time, we're looking at 520 data points that allow us perform the work that we do to identify not only fraudulent transactions, but transactions that are suspicious from a money laundering perspective, right? So you can see that's the first challenge in terms of knowledge. If you bring it down, and I'd listed off about 5 or 6, but in the interest of time, and I know I need to we need to get the thing moving for the moderator. One of the key challenges is people, right? We have found, if I look at my internal audit function, we have many teams within internal audit, from credit to IT and ISO. If I look at my IT and ISO team, we have a flow of talented Omani and expat IT auditors in play, okay? We set up an analytics function 4 years ago. We're still on that journey and we're looking at AI as a component of the 9. When we're recruiting people, analytics people are difficult to get, okay? Analytics people with AI capability are even more difficult to get. Analytics people with AI capability and business acumen who understand your business is really, really difficult. So the challenge, I think, for business is it's the knowledge in terms of the people who are the practitioners on the ground. But the challenge is for management. We need to be patient with AI. You need to build an infrastructure from an internal audit perspective that has your collaborative tools. You're getting your data independently from source. You have built your analytics functionality and it is strong. And then you're looking at that 10% AI. But the challenge for me is that knowledge the knowledge gap, and just being patient with people to recruit them, bring them in, and make sure you give them time to develop not only the systems, but to develop the reporting capability as well. Okay. Thanks, Pete. Yeah, back to you. Sorry.
Thank you, Damien. Right, I'd like to turn to Amal now, if I could, please. As an internal audit professional, how do you see the role of internal audit evolving with the adoption of AI in financial fraud detection? And what value can internal audit bring to ensure these systems remain effective and compliant?
Hi, Pete, and thank you. So I wrote it down on a little piece of paper. So the adoption of AI in a financial fraud detection is transforming the landscape of risk management and assurance functions. As an internal audit professional, the role of IA is evolving from the traditional transaction reviews to overseeing and validating complex AI-driven processes. So how is it shifting? It is the governance and ethical side. Oversight is So here's how internal audit role is shifting. Through governance and ethical oversight, through AI model validation and regulatory compliance and continuous monitoring and assessments, and risk mitigation and controls. Now, as far as Oman is concerned, can I say that? So as far as Oman is concerned, okay, we need to look into the assurance and fairness of bias checks gap analysis and process reviews, and performance audits. We have decided in Vodafone that we will be adopting the AI into the internal audit department, and that should be effective from next year. And it's a complex journey, as Damien has mentioned.
So from your experience then, what are some of the challenges or the pitfalls an organisation in Oman might face when bringing in AI for fraud detection? And how can internal audit help mitigate those risks?
So in Oman, I think we would be the over-reliance on AI. We have too much reliance on AI. There's a lot of putting information into ChatGPT and taking it out and saying that this is the information, but ChatGPT doesn't always get it right. They need to have the human interaction with it, and they need to have the proper gap analysis and risks that are associated to mitigate all of those areas.
Right, we'll move to Haitham. Haitham, how has AI changed the landscape of financial fraud in recent years?
I think that's a very valid question. If we remember, I remember 6 years ago, we relied on transaction monitoring, specifically on rule-based approach. So we had scenarios like threshold reviews, setting threshold, a predefined threshold that we have set. But today, after just 6 years from there, we have seen predictive analytics, for example, was introduced in artificial intelligence. A massive number of data can be analyzed within a very short period of time. Be it, for example, just Damien mentioned, if you are abroad, for example, and you did a transaction where you're abroad, within a just short period of time, there's another transaction that's happening locally. The artificial intelligence will be able to predict that this is impossible, that this person could be in 2 places. So that is one of the things that artificial intelligence changed. I would call it pattern recognition. That's the terminology. The other thing could be, today in the past, we used to rely heavily on human. Maybe I might be revising the idea of Amal just said, being over-reliance on the AI. I would say we used to be relying heavily on human beings. So we had to go and change the parameters every time, from time to time. What I would say, artificial intelligence today can be in a real-time detection mode or prevention mode, for example, where the system automatically turns to stop a transaction or accepts a transaction. A classical example that I have seen it, for example, is a bank that has implemented a transaction monitoring system for their cards. If the card that was used in unsecured websites, the system automatically stops that transactions and automatic calls goes to the client. So the real-time response plan has changed. Previously, it used to be a human intervention where a person has to go and call the customers, and most of the times those calls are unattended. But today, the system has a capability of moving towards a real-time response. The other thing, I think, remembering the 6 years back transaction monitoring, it was the accuracy of the alert that were generated in the past was less. I would call them false positive. Today, artificial intelligence, specifically predictive analytics, somebody mentioned it, can have a capability of telling you that this is a genuine fraud that you need to watch out. Or perhaps maybe the system is not working. So the system has that capability of development. And the last thing would be, when we had implemented transaction monitoring, many banks, I'm sure, did. the integration with other systems, including core banking system, many other systems, were a lot of challenges in terms of data. But today, that thing got revised or changed. So integration with multiple interfaces, for example, the new era of digitalization, which is the digital onboarding. For example, if somebody wants to open an account through mobile banking, goes through a process of scanning the ID, taking a selfie, extra. If there is a deep fake, somebody mentioned today the panel, the deep fake, that can be stopped. So I think those are the things that should, the AI has changed the complete landscape when it comes to detection, fraud detection specifically.
Thank you. And finally, Issam, how can organizations balance the use of AI with the need for human oversight in fraud detection? And what ethical concerns arise from the use of AI in financial fraud prevention?
All right. I will start with the case study. I came across it about 21 years back in the United States. So we were studying capital adequacy and how banks should be looking at its capital. And one example was, actually two examples. They said, we have reasons to believe, or we have model, all right? If a Korean family take a housing loan, over past 100 years, we have no Korean family has defaulted on their loan, all right? So that one example from United States. Another example was, I think it was from India, saying giving a loan to a Tata truck is more reliable because Tata truck are strongly built and they will not default. Yeah. So AI complementing with human, as long the AI is expediting the judgment, not making the judgment. Ethically, if we are saying, okay, fine, good for the Korean families, so they're having more chances now to get housing loans, all right? But what happened for the other people who've been discriminated because the bank or the organization do not have enough sufficient data about them? Yeah, AI is a new thing. It's happening. Even regulations are coming from, for example, United States and UK. We have regulations. UAE is still there. I mean, looking at their regulations and many regulations, they recognize human intervention. But as Damien, I think, also said, always, I think, we have our scenarios. We have the decision can be expedited, but then completely relying on AI, I mean, it's way too low. I mean, we probably need to classify our transactions, but then always human element must be there, okay, to make the final judgment. We need to remember that there is ethics in the business, and ethic is a value, and machines do not have value. People has values. Yeah, so that's how
okay. And you mentioned regulations there. Are there any regulatory frameworks in place now to govern the use of AI in fraud prevention? And if not, what should there be and what should that include?
Well, I'm sure in the United States, I would say the most famous one is the GDPR. Okay, and I understand also in the UK they have some regulations touching the AI side of it. US still they are working in Oman and the GCC country. I think I would say at least we probably will see it after 10 years from now. However, majority, I mean the general tendency is the privacy, transparency, consent. As if let's say a fraud happened or your name was caught in some newsletter where the AI will build their intelligence, okay, and then you are announced that you are innocent, but then the internet never forgets. Okay, you will be punished for the rest of your life just being in the wrong place in the wrong time. Yeah. So so in this region, I think we don't have a regulation, but yes, in the more advanced market, we do have regulations, and mainly they are touching on transparency, consent, what people, freedom of what information should be available on them in the internet. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our questioning for this afternoon. I'd just like to say thank you to Damien, Amal, Haitham and Issam for some interesting and very insightful answers. And so, just before we close, could I ask you to show your appreciation for the panel, please? Thank you very much.
In Oman, just I think about a month ago, if I'm not wrong, or a little more than that, we have just issued the AI framework and articles. Formally, yes. Yeah, we have. And they're still also currently going to enhance it. So they've already put down, we do have articles for AI and transparency and how to go about using artificial intelligence in the workplace especially. I'll send you the documents. It's in English and in Arabic. And we have somebody from the ministry who can corroborate that, who's a part of that. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Amal, and just remember where you first heard that, will you? Thank you.
I would like to invite Mr. Salim and Hassan to felicitate moderator and panel members. Mr. Damien. Miss Amel Al-Khabouri. Mr. Haitham Al-Raisi. We kindly invite Dr. Khalil to the stage. And finally, Dr. Issam Al-Blushi. Issam Al-Blushi. I called them. Should I recall them?
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Anything else? No, done all four.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Alia Noor, Associate Partner in Taxation and Compliance Advisory at Ahmed Al-Aghbari Chartered Accountants, with 2 decades of experience in providing audit, management consultancy, and compliance services across diverse industries, including FMCG, hospitality, aviation, and fintech. Alia has worked in UAE, Malaysia, Pakistan, and other Gulf states. Alia holds multiple professional qualifications, including CGMA, FCMA, MBA in Finance, along with certifications in FinTech from Oxford University, GCC VAT, and COSO from AICPA. Her exemplary work has earned her numerous accolades, including being named Best Corporate Tax Advisors 2024 at the Excellence Awards 2024 from Gulf News, the most inspiring woman entrepreneur in consultancy at the Women Entrepreneurs Conference and Awards 2024 from Berkeley, Middle East, and the Global Women Achievers Award in 2024 from Paradise News, among others. She is also a recipient of the Authors Recognition Award 2023 and High Achievers Women Award 2014 from the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. Furthermore, Alia is recognized as one of the top LinkedIn voices. Today, Ms. Alia Noor will speak on the fascinating topic, Sherlock Holmes' Greatest Cases, Mastering Oman Compliance. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Alia Noor to the stage.
Am I audible now? Yeah. AI doesn't want me to start. He's against us. So, thank you ACFE, board members, for inviting me to this extraordinary league of modern days detectives. I call them Sherlock Holmes. It's my business, it's our business to know what others don't know. Next 20 minutes, I'm going to tell you how to think like a Sherlock Holmes. Number 1, you see but you do not observe. That's the distinction. It's called the beneficiary owner. In today's corporate world, you see companies, shareholders, directors, business activities. But what you often miss is the hidden beneficiary who's pulling the string behind the scenes. And here in compliance world, this becomes the critical point, and he's called the beneficial owner. Are you facing with a tangled web of companies where there is a mysterious person at the center of the point, and he's controlling it, and he's the beneficial owner, and he controls 25% of those companies or legal entities, either equity, either directly or indirectly, or voting rights, or in capital. He's the person behind the scene. Verifying that beneficial owner, it's a daunting task. In public company limited, it's easy because they don't need disclosure requirements that much because everything is disclosed. In private companies with simple structure, that's also easy task. The task becomes difficult when there's a complex structure. In that place, there's a multi-layering of shell companies. They include family foundations, trust, various offshore vehicles. Now the point is, how would you know who's the ultimate beneficial owner? Here, you need to use Sherlock Holmes magnifying glass, that is, our compliance programs. Following the trail, you will definitely find out who is the hidden player. If you can't do that, then sometimes you have to visually map out the connections between people, companies, and other entities. Phantom. Proving the presence. The question is the company truly exist where it says it is, or it is a ghost? It is a merely shadow, and there isn't any company. But if you look closely, it will reveal itself. How? Coming to case number 3, money laundering. It's crucial mistake to theorize before one has data. How did money laundering evaluate it? It is said that Al Capone, who was the mafia drug leader, he was so brilliant that he's the only person who was published on the cover page of Time magazines. And he makes his illegitimate profits with legitimate profits, business. But that's not only the case with Al Capone. Let's see. Lights, camera, on. Audio, please.
Lights, camera, action. Welcome to a side of the film industry you've probably never seen. Your favorite blockbuster made with money tied to a billion-dollar scandal.
I'm talking about this.
The Wolf of Wall Street, hailed for its brilliance, but funded by dirty cash linked to one of the biggest money laundering schemes ever, Malaysia's 1MDB scandal. Why movies? Because they're perfect for hiding millions, even billions. From Hollywood to Bollywood, criminals are using the silver screen to launder their fortunes. And the worst part? Most people don't even know. For Red Granite, the consequences were severe. The U.S. Department of Justice moved to seize over $1 billion in assets linked to the scandal, including profits from the Wolf of Wall Street. It sent a clear message. No one, no matter how glamorous, is above the law. Are you watching clean entertainment? Or the product of a global crime?
I love that movie, but that's not all. Can you think of doing a money laundry with a banana? Let's have a look.
This banana duct taped to a wall. It's Maurizio Catalan's latest work of art.
Ever wondered why a simple banana taped to a wall can fetch a six-figure price tag?
You can do anything, and once you're established, you can get away with it.
It's not just about the money. It's a bold statement on the absurdity of laundering tactics. Every year, wealthy individuals use art to dodge billions. Sounds obnoxious. Yes, but true. Art, like any commodity, usually involves sales tax. But if you're wealthy and buy art,
$400 million is the bid, and the piece is sold.
you can avoid sales tax by storing it in tax-free zones called free ports. The global art market was worth $67.4 billion in 2023. CRS estimates that money laundering in the art market may amount to billions of dollars each year. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi sold for $450.3 million.
Who paid $450 million for this?
And a Peter Doig painting fetched $28.8 million. Regulations like the EU's 5th MLD and the UK's Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 are designed to combat illicit activities in the art market, yet loopholes persist. This system benefits the ultra-rich, while museums struggle with inflated prices and emerging artists get overlooked. While many collectors play by the rules, paying their taxes legally, the market's complexities and loopholes raise eyebrows.
Next time, I'm not going to waste my banana. It worth in 6 figures. But that's not all. Smurfing. You know Smurfing? In 1980s, there was a cartoon hit, Smurfs. But in money laundering, this is a technique where the laundromat, what do they? They have a lot of money and they break it into small chunks. And how do they deposit it in the bank? That's the challenge because they cannot be detected by the authorities. So they use money mules. Who are the money mules? Any of you can be. It's a very normal trend.
Moving dirty money is a crime. You can be arrested.
Police.
Every day we are receiving on WhatsApp message these kind of scams and we ignore them. So who are the targets? Young people who are unexperienced, people with financial difficulties, people who are looking to make easy money. What happened with the culprit? Nothing. He disappears and these young fellows, what happens? Their accounts are confiscated, blocked, or even they are arrested. But that's not all. The biggest horror is coming up.
This is a story of the world that becomes addicted to money laundering. They say money is the root of all evil, but the real horrors hide in how it is moved, laundered, and washed clean in the shadows. In 2024 alone, the financial system was haunted by over $3.1 trillion in dirty money. Step closer and listen closely to the darkest of 2024's money laundering horrors. TD Bank, once a trusted name, exposed as a haven for cartel cash.
One of Canada's biggest banks pleaded guilty today in a major money laundering case in the U.S.
Nearly $700 million was laundered with chilling ease as bribes masked warnings and compliance was silenced.
TD Bank created an environment that allowed financial crime to flourish.
A billion-dollar nightmare hiding in plain sight. In London, a £14 million mansion serves as a powerful example of the complex ties between wealth and accountability, with years of unexplained assets under scrutiny. Zamira Hajieva, wife of an Azeri banker, brought attention to how high-end real estate can sometimes be used to obscure financial origins. From Romania, Andrew Tate's twisted empire of human exploitation casts a dark shadow.
I'm an extremely successful man, and my time is valuable, and you're wasting mine, yours, and everybody else.
Allegations of manipulation, deception, and millions in dirty cash reveal how even social media stars use the lover boy tactic to trap and exploit victims. In Singapore, a $2 billion scandal revealed an empire of laundered wealth, properties, jewels, rare wines, all seized in one fell swoop. The mastermind's wealth now haunts the city, like phantoms in billion-dollar suits. Dubai's glittering facade cracked to reveal a tale of gold and greed. Kaloti Jewelry Group, one of the Middle East's largest traders, turned drug money into gold. The legacy of Ruja Ignatova's one-coin operation continues to raise questions, with luxury Dubai properties and shell companies hinting at the broader implications of her $4 billion business. In Mayfair, James Stunt's operations became emblematic of how certain financial structures can mask the true origins of funds. With £200 million laundered through organized crime, his luxury offices masked dark secrets in every corner. A pair of criminals funneled $73 million through shell companies in the Bahamas. The money vanished into the dark web, leaving a chilling trail of digital deception. Picasso and Warhol pieces linked to Hezbollah. Associate Nazem Ahmad drew attention to the use of high-value art in international financial transactions, prompting authorities to take precautionary measures in monitoring art dealings. In Brazil, Atlético Paranaense severed ties with a shady betting company after uncovering a connection to illegal gambling and laundering. Even the beloved game of football can't escape the grasp of hidden horrors. These aren't just tales of greed. They're the ghosts of bad data, the phantoms of failed compliance, haunting our financial systems. In every mansion, every vault, every piece of art, there's a story, a shadow, a haunting.
It was easier to know than to explain why I know. If you are asked to prove 2 plus 2 is 4, it might be difficult for you to prove it, but the fact is that you know that it's always before. That's the Sherlock Holmes. So are you confronted with a complex network of money laundering? If you follow the trail, it will lead to auditors, lawyers, real estate agents, and many more. Because money laundering is a complex process. It involves various offshore companies, shell companies, accountant, lawyer. Without them, it is impossible to do a money laundering on a large scale. These are called the gatekeepers. We are all the gatekeepers for our company. If you are in a real estate, you are working in a gold and gem, you are working in an audit or accounting firm, I am a gatekeeper. Are you one? Why broker and real estate? We have seen in that video. The money is laundered through them. Why? They buy a large house, shop, mall, and showing less value on the paper, while the actual market value of those purchased properties is much higher. This is done so they can reduce their tax burden. Secondly, shell companies, they exist on paper only. They show large transactions on their balance sheet, they take loans, they get tax exemptions, and through that, they transform their black money into white money. Gold and gems, as we see, the gold is the basic thing. You can convert them into your white money. So producer, banker, culture, refiner, jewelry, if you are one of them, you are the gatekeeper. Lawyer, independent professionals, accountants, corporate service providers. Money laundering is a sophisticated crime, but so is our compliance program. There are 5 pillars. You need to have a compliance officer, which I am, like a MLRO. You need to have a written policy and procedures. You need to have an independent review, and you need to do a customer due diligence. I'm not a psychopath, I'm a sociopath. That's the difference. Who should be a MLRO? Anyone who has the authority in the company, who has access to the records, who can make judgments and decisions. He's the one who will be doing the risk assessment, policies and procedure drafting. He will be monitoring compliance, reporting to management, and reporting to authorities of STR and SAR. Policies and procedures, and now you know them, now it's time to apply them. How will you apply them? You need to examine every detail of the ledger. You must follow the trail. If you are designated non-financial business institutions, along with financial institutions, you need to be extra vigilant to prevent your company to being a machine of money laundering. Every transaction, every step should be monitored and tracked. Now, if you are not able to see it, then use the help of AI, which the previous panel has explained in very brief, Amal, including you. So, the So what will you do? You can use KYC, AI software, screening software, which help you.
You know when you can't find something, just to discover it was right in front of you the entire time. It's a little like detecting money laundering risks. You know they're there, but you can't see them. AI is about to change this. Google Cloud's anti-money laundering AI replaces rule-based transaction monitoring with a fully AI-powered approach. Using a holistic view of your data, the model alerts you to the highest money laundering risks. And when the transactional data and illicit behaviors change, as they do, so does the AML AI engine, helping you identify more threats and reduce false positives. So next time you go looking for risks, you'll be able to see them.
This is one of the examples which the previous panel has discussed in details. So it will help you. I will skip this part because you already know how AI can help you in that one. But data. You can't make risks without data. That's the most important part. Either you are maintaining through a system, a software, or manually. Without that, as Sherlock Holmes says, never trust on general impressions, but concentrate on details. If you are identifying a beneficial owner, then you need to maintain 3 registers as per law. That is partner shareholder register, real beneficiary register, or nominee directors. Money laundering are done through nominee directors. This is the area which is very risky because beneficial owners are hidden behind the nominee directors. So, failure to remain or record them can cause you penalties. Number 3, in anti-money laundering, you need to have KYC. You can do it for AI software or you can do it through yourself manually. There are screening softwares. They can do it for you. You need to do the due diligence. And there are 2 types of due diligence. If it's simple, you're establishing a relationship with your customers, you can do the simplified due diligence. But if there is a PEP, politically exposed person, or there is a third party risk, or there is a country which is sanctioned or high risk country, then you need to do the enhanced due diligence. Lastly, training. Training is very important. Either it's in FinTech relating to technology or identifying the suspicious transaction. As Holmes would train Dr. Watson for detecting the art of investigation, you need to train your team with AI tools, how to detect the suspicious transaction. You need to monitor every trail. You need to know, your team should know what are the fraudologies, methodologies, typologies, what are the things that you need to adopt. You need to ensure your company is compliant with all laws and regulations. When you need this AML training, everyone needs to have a training. Frequency will be determined by the MLRO. It involves permanent staff, temporary staff, new staff, and it is not an optional thing. It's a legal requirement to train your staff for the AML. What one man can invent, another can discover. That's the point. If you are not able to do that, you will face heavy penalty, criminal offense, reputational damage. What's the point of being clever if you can't prove it? That's the end. So much like Holmes, investigation, a case, compliance is an ongoing process, and you need to be vigilant. Every transaction, every register, every decision has to be scrutinized with precision and care. And with this, upholding the law, your company can remain vigilant and thrive in challenging environment. We have 16 companies worldwide, including real estate, corporate governance, company incorporation, auditors, and I am the gatekeeper of my company. Are you a responsible gatekeeper of your company? Thank you very much. I am Alyani.
I would like to invite Ms. Fathia, Director of Training at the ACFE Oman chapter, to felicitate Ms. Alia Noor.
She's the lady who found me at Mr. Ayaz's event. Hassan and Mr. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Alia. Next, we're pleased to introduce Mr. Nishith Sith, a strategic professional and consultant with over 25 years of cross-cultural experience in delivering strategic analytics and digital transformation solutions across diverse industries, including government, telecom, banking, insurance, and utilities. He has extensive expertise in fraud management, risk analytics, AI, and IT security, and has worked with top-tier clients like Matelco, Bank Muscat, ICICI Bank, Vodafone, and Honeywell. Currently a director at SSPL Middle East in Bahrain. Nishith has also held senior positions at Bataco and Substratal Solutions in India. He is a certified advanced analytics professional and master trainer on data analytics. Throughout his career, Nishith has been instrumental in driving digital transformation and advanced analytics initiatives, creating automated solutions and helping organizations saving millions through forensic analytics and anti-money laundering consultancy. His key achievements include developing automated revenue risk management solutions for Airtel and leading big data solutions for STL India, a pioneer in e-auditing and fraud detection. Nishith has authored several books and represented India at the UN in fraud management initiatives. His work in the Indian government and Planning Commission and the Ministry of Home Affairs has also resulted in significant savings and optimization. Please join me in welcoming Seth to the stage to speak about use of the analytics to detect and manage frauds. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks to ACFE Muscat chapter for this esteemed opportunity to be here with all of you. Thanks for the kind introduction, but she missed out telling something important, that in my career of 32 years, I'm mostly a post-lunch speaker. Because it's better that people are after a heavy lunches in a better mood than listening to me. Fraud detection and things, yes, has been quite my professionally and personally quite a close topic to me. And long time back I was doing a research and I found why do the Asian kids, kids coming next gen from Asian countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, like to go to US? And then when I did a research, I found that per person annual income from the fraud, if you divide the total annual fraud to the population, it exceeds $15,000. I said, that's a great incentive if I be a part of it. It's indeed a nice listening to so many eminent speakers throughout the day, and there are few to come after me also. But something you realize when we talk about fraud detections, fraud management, it is something like I titled it, walking forward, looking backward. Do we ever drive a car looking to a rear view mirror? No. But if something goes wrong in your organization, whatever it might be, some employee fraud happens, inventory, vendor payments, or if it's a bank and online banking, anti-money launderings, any kind of things. We are driven by the past. How it has happened ever in the past, let me apply the same thing to see it again. If you have detected a fraud in the past, you have made a case study, whether it's a bank or a telecom or an oil and energy company, the fraudster knows, I did the fraud like this and I was ultimately caught, I was jailed. And because that one incident, the other fraudster around his community also know how you are monitoring. Will they repeat the same thing? No. They will obviously go for inventing a new way. If you want to be a very good fraud investigator, a consultant or a professional, whether you are an internal audit, finance, IT, I consciously say one statement, I use the word consciously because I was once misquoted in India media and thereafter I got a lot of memos. Think like a criminal. I use the word think, I don't say be a criminal. Think like a criminal. What can happen in your system? How will he perceive and look into your system? I give you one live case. You will be shocked. It was way back 21 years ago. Amount was $183 million. And unfortunately, till 2024, most of my clients that I go, I won't name them, I just casually talked to them. They said, no, we don't have this control. What are you talking? Like, have you tried exploring something onto it? What is that? A very simple thing. Every morning, you all guys in this hall would be going to your office. You have biometric nowadays or you have plastic cards. You swipe your attendance. Your attendance goes where? To your HR application. You reach to your workstation. You pass all your access doors, you swipe the cards, your beautiful electronic glass doors open, you get onto your workstation, you open a laptop, you type in your login ID password. Where does that login ID goes? It goes to the IT in the Windows server. There is a place called Active Directory. It authenticates you are a valid today employee of the company or the bank. Your logins were right, and it opens up a beautiful window for you. Now, after getting into that window, you might be in a bank, so you have core banking applications like 𝐈𝐧𝐿, T24s, financials, whatever you have, or if you are in an oil, you might have SAP, Oracle. You click on that icon, it again pops you out, login ID password. You again ethically type your login ID password. Now that login ID password goes to that particular application database. It authenticates you and it says, yes, boss, you are right to enter. 3 places you have entered your logins: access card, Windows, and application. And do you know, none of the 3 talks to each other. Your HR has gone there, it does not verify today the Windows login, that particular employee is available or has walked in the office or not. I can log in from my Windows with my login ID and I can use ABCD ID for my SAP, Oracle, core banking or insurance or anything. It will not verify. The system from which this login is coming, is it a same user or a different user? What do we have in the systems? SODs. Segregation of duties. At every level of your working, there are certain rights given to you in the ERP and we are very happy. See, if you have a power of 5,000 Omani Riyal, you enter 5,001, it will give you a caption, sir, sorry, you are exceeding your powers, not allowed. But I may not be that person who is entering, and I would continue doing all my manipulation within my SOD limit. Will my application give me a trigger? No. You would have seen long time back there used to be an ad called Intel Inside. I hope many of you would have seen it. Am I right? A blue color beautiful icon, Intel Inside. What is the second part of the ad? Fraudster outside. Intel inside, fraudster outside. He thinks like that. Okay, I know this is my system weakness. The system is not talking to each other. So, I can move into it and do it. How do we at the first place, I will take through some of the live demos about how do we look analytics into a fraud. But before that, how do we really make sure, what are the good practices that you make sure that your systems are well monitored. If it is not well implemented, at least well monitored. There would be some people from internal audit department and things. While working with some of the people, I used to ask them, okay, what kind of an audit have you done in the past? Say, last 3 years, 5 years. I don't ask for 6 months. I don't ask for 1 year. 3 years, 5 years. What are the kind of exceptions you are getting? There are people there were like 5 years back, there were selected companies or people who were doing 100% checking, using certain tools, but most of the people, and today also, I see majority population live and work on a tool called Excel, where you say, I've picked up a sample out of my entire population and I'm happily checked it out and this is my exception and I'm able to see what is there. Okay. Then there is something called trend. Have you ever done a trending of your exceptions? Trending of an exception means over a period, every quarter, I'm trying to look into certain audit parameters. I might be looking in first quarter vendor payment, second quarter inventory, third quarter sales, fourth quarter finance. Every quarter, every month, different location has a trend. Like there were wonderful presentations, they were talking about money laundering, banks have been used, KYCs. That is what helps you. What is KYC? Know your customer. To be honest, in last 3 decades, I have been filing and doing updation of my KYC with my bank in Bahrain also, in India also. I'm not able to figure out when they ask me about how many wife, how many children, disclosed, undisclosed, how many parents, how does it make a difference? What is a real KYC if you want to know? We all sitting in this room have a KYC. KYC means how do you live your life? Whether you do banking, you have a mobile phone, you have a pattern. You have a pattern when would you draw money from ATM? What is a trend? Which day, what timing? Is it night? Is it afternoon, evening? What is an average amount that you draw? How much you deposit? How many money flows inside your account? How much of money goes out? Do you do international transactions? If yes, to which countries? What kind of accounts? If you pick up your 3 to 5 years data, you can build a complete banking KYC of your customer to know their behavior. How do they work with you? Imagine out a situation if I'm able to get that data. As much historical data you get, it's good for you if you want to make effective things. Make an effective KYC on multiple parameters. Plant that parameter on your live data. And put a buffer like 25-30% plus minus is accepted. The moment any account holder violates that behavior, a system should intelligently, immediately transfer the alert. Now you would come out and say, sir, we have few million customers and few billion transactions. Gentlemen, please don't limit your expectation, your thoughts, your requirement, thinking that you are too big with the data. There are tools which you can't even imagine can process up to a speed of 5 million bytes per second. It is many times higher than your per second telecom business or a banking business transactions. Imagine a 5 million bytes per second speed. I used to process 400 million records, 188 parameters, where the CFO said, I want the certain reports on these 188 parameters on 400 million records a day. The entire process was done on the day end in less than 5 hours. You can do that. But the most important is you need to think out of a box in a different manner. You need to get out of what has been happening in past to what I should look now. To make it a successful, it is very important, a management support. You know, this is what I've seen, like whether you are internal auditor, you are ACFEs, or you are CSAs, whatever you might initiate, if you do not have a top management mandate with you, the best of your international standards, your quality controls, your checks will go ineffective. You get a bottleneck, sorry boss, I can't give you the data. Now there are multiple laws which talks about, okay, you would have like data controls that you can't move the data out of the premises, you are on the clouds. So you have to make sure it is within your jurisdiction and things. Yes, that is all there. So these are my certain important things. Now another important parameter that comes out is your predictive analytics. A lot of people talk about artificial intelligence. Predictive analytics is a part of it. When you talk about AI, what do you mean by AI, artificial intelligence? That means a system has certain inbuilt capabilities to perform a thinking job for you and to give you an inference. Sir, if this is happening, be prepared, this will continue. If the GDP is at this level, international recession is at this level, if your money currency is at this level, Bitcoin is at this valuation, and the gold oil is over here, be prepared, your economic growth will not be more than this in next 6 months or 1 year if this continues. That means instead of I'm doing my thinking process, the system is coming and telling me. I'm very sorry, like, might be I'm wrong, my knowledge might be limited. I heard in a lot of events people coming and saying, you know, ChatGPT, it's an AI. I wonder what is an AI about it. I just speak to a ChatGPT 4.0 or whatever versions are there. Please create a presentation for internal audit assignment. Or I have a RFP of internal audit. It is a manufacturing concern. This is what I require. You give your parameters. Please make a proposal or a PPT. It makes it for you. Does it give you an inference? Mr. Seth, you are asking me this proposal, but let me tell you, you don't qualify for it. Because of these 1, 2, 3 reasons in the RFP, your company or your qualification is not fulfilling. You better don't waste your time and my time. I'm not giving you. Does it come out and say you like that? Never. AI is something which is doing your thinking job and telling, please don't do this, this will happen. If your system has an inference interpretation, yes, it makes sense to you. While making out AIs, in business we talk about making predictions. I think best of the prediction, lot of, I don't want to name, but not to sell anybody, not to criticize either anybody. People say like I have 80%, 85% perfection in my predictive analytics. Who predicted COVID? No AI predicted. Nobody knew about it. I remember I was in Lisbon in 2020 and I was there for an assignment to be returning back to Bahrain on 31st of March. And 19th March, a global lockdown comes in and I'm just put into a 10 by 12 feet of room and said, please don't move out. You will get food once a week for the whole week. God bless you here. And 6 months I was in that cage. It reminded me of my childhood seeing the tiger in a zoo, you know. How you caged them, the God caged you like that. And all your business prediction went down. Which industry, all the conventional brick mortar companies went down. Digital companies went up. Remote, I used to ask my customer, I'm in Bahrain, I'm in India, you are in Europe, give me a remote access, I will do your entire project. No, I want your team to be on site. We don't have that risk, we don't allow remote access. Everybody from US, Europe, Middle East started giving remote access. Please don't come to office. Do it from home. Industries grew in there. Online industry grew. Predictions, if you are doing, and trust me from my experience, if you are able to achieve 36 to 54%, this is a range. If you are able to achieve in this range a right calculation, a success calculation, you have a very good predictive model with you. Crossing 70-80% means you are not a supercomputer, you are super robotic. You have hacked the human mind. Impossible. The kind of situation in which we are. What is a journey that you should follow? A lot of people come out and say, okay, I'm going to digitalize. I saw that presentation of a madam, very rightly she said, I'm moving from 3-step. Digital transformation is at the end. But it's not that you do all the 3. But I personally feel you need to plan it in that manner. Please don't be into it, I'm going to manage a fraud overnight, I'm going to implement these controls and systems, and it will be there. What steps should you take? The first basic step. Try to eliminate, if you have any activity in your system where the user can modify your inputs, if you want to do fraud management. The first principle, I am getting a data, I am getting something, and if I'm able to modify that, then my output is also modified. My reliability goes for the toss. The first thing is, let me make my system where I'm going to monitor the controls and data, it should be non-editable. Whatever I capture on my system, it's freezed. I can analyze, I can do analytics, I can use Benford law. But sorry, I cannot make 1,000, 10,000 or 100,000 to become 100. No editing required. That should be your first basic step. Let me make that automated. While you do that, I'm sure you will see a lot of learning come within your own organization where you have been working, might be for 5 or 10 years. You will be surprised to see when you see 100% data. Yes, there are some very interesting numbers coming. Now my thought process changes. It happens. When you see an output coming to you, your thought, then your brain starts working. If you start making something before you see, you may not be coming out with a total picture. Do that as your first basic steps. Then stabilize it. Once you have stabilized, you are consistently getting. Please, ladies and gentlemen, remember your any kind of analytical automation, monitoring is not one-time exercise. I have put in a checks for these kind of fraud checks. Now I have done my job. Khalas, thank you. I'm going to relax. There is something called analytical life cycle. I keep monitoring the exception over month, quarter over quarter, year over year. You cannot have a zero fraud company. There cannot be any organization which will say, I do not have 1 riyal of manipulation. There would be. That is something called a risk benchmark. Like you have business risk, you have audit risk. There is a risk that will be there, but that is within my budget, that is within my digestion system. Our human bodies have bacteria. We are not bacteria free even sitting in this hall. We are all healthy. And inshallah, we remain healthy for many years. But there are still bacteria which are not to that level that we fall sick. The moment it explodes, we fall sick. Otherwise, we are healthy to do everything. Similarly, despite you do all the things, there would be a certain risk factor which you have to live with. If your exceptions have fallen below that risk factor, that means your controls, your monitoring are working well. What you need to do next? Move to the next pasture. Look for the new areas, and you would find that. I give you one interesting thing. I hope there would be a lot of bankers over here. Banking and telecom is my quite favorite because money is in the banks. So I was telling Mr. Prabhu also, I saw your list of the sponsors, you got all the money here with all the bankers. That's got good selling. You know, you have something called credit cards. And we always, the bankers, as I experienced with multiple banks without naming, like the most revenue leakage department used to be the collections where you have bad debts provisions for the credit card. People are not going to pay you back. That is why they say we keep a higher rate of interest what you call over here not interest or profit. So because my risk is higher. Can you predict when which credit card holder will become bad for you, he will not pay money? What could be the most basic, simplest algorithm? I would love to look into a pattern called payment pattern of my credit card holder. Every credit card holder would have a pattern of payment. There would be a lot of people who will get suppose a statement on 10th of a month and they will pay you within first week, the entire money. Somebody will have for third week, second week. Somebody will have a pattern of paying you 75%. Create a pattern how that particular credit card holder pays the dues over the period of 3 years bare minimum. Once you have that pattern, and the moment you find the variation in the pattern has started, he was paying 100% in the first 3 days itself, but now he's paying 90% but after 3 weeks. That means some financial problem is hitting him. He's not paying you full money as you used to pay very conveniently. And if you find that pattern is violating consistently down, you can use a predictive model which will tell you in next 6 months, these are your yellow or orange credit card holders. Be alert. They might go bad. You may not recover money. So that kind of a thing helps you out once you standardize it and put into something called continuous monitoring. And the continuous monitoring will give you that kind of a thing. Okay, now let me show you some of the simplest thing, and I hope people in ACFE would have heard about something called Benford law. I'm sure about it, you would have read in your courses or somewhere. What is the Benford law? A lot of people feel this is a law which can detect fraud. No, this doesn't detect fraud. It only gives you the triggers where possibly a fraud would be. It was made in way back 1883, when there was, I think that was a year when the first electric bulb was invented. So we didn't have any computers. And if you read the original script of the law, it says that if you have a large data, and if you see what is a large data of 1883, they would say like if you have 5,000 plus transaction. Today 5,000 transaction, I talk about few minutes, might be in seconds for online business. But the concept remains, it has to be a large. Number two, the data should not be standardized. It means it should not have numbers like the sale price is $299, $399, $499. It should not be like that. It should be a natural number distribution. It should not be a rounded off numbers. Like you don't have a data which is like 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000. You can't find anything on the trends of that. Under the Benford, there are different ways. So these are the few preconditions for applying it. And the law says there is a percentage associated for the occurrence of a particular numeric digit in a currency. So 0 coming at a first place is always 0. 0 never comes. So it is not applicable. Number 1 is the current number in the currency or in a numeric which comes maximum number of times in comparison to any other digit. It comes almost 30.10%. Number 1 coming at a second position, third position, fourth. So it talks about at what position, what number in a normal data, fraud-free data would be. It is talking about a percentage, not the quantified numbers. So depending upon your populations. So this is what it does, and it's a scientific algorithm used over there. A log is used for this formula. How do we apply this? Let me just walk you through one of the simplest analytical case study. Suppose I have a transaction data with me. I'm just opening it up. So I get the data with me. I have with me my transaction numbers. I got my dates. I've got employees. I've got transaction amount. It's a natural distributed numbers. If I can right click and I say, okay, let me put ascending, I can see that the numbers are there with the decimals are also there. I can put this as descending also. I could get my highest figures on the top. I can always scan my data and see whether it is into a natural distribution or not. Once it is, and I have fairly with me how many? I have 9,150 records. So I have that many records with me. The Benford law says there is something called Z-stat ratio. While it calculates, it says if your Z-stat ratio is a statistical calculation is 1.96 and above, If it exceeds 1.96, there is an alarm. If your occurrence of the number, because you will not have a precise number, if it says number 1 should come 30.71%, it will not be exactly 30.17. So there is a buffer over there. So that buffer is calculated with a Z-stat. So if it is below 1.96, you are in a safe zone. If it exceeds that, you have an alert for you. So how do we use it out? So like suppose if I want to put out my Benford, I go down to analyze, I select a Benford there. I would select out a field, I'm going to do it on the amount. And then it will ask me, you are asking for which leading number? I say, please check for all the digits at a first position. So I'm looking into the Benford at a first position. I said, fine boss, you please look into it. Do you want an output on a screen? I can say, no, give me a table. I can give it a table name and I say, this is my trans underscore 2020, and I say this is my leading underscore 1. Okay. And I click OK. Now what it does, it gives me, like, you don't find 0 over there. As I said, 0 doesn't happen at first place. So it gives you 1 to 9, and you have like, what is my actual count, what is my expected count, and what is my Z-stat ratio. So that is nothing but a statistical between actual and the expected. Expected is what should be as per the Benford law. So if I want to check anything is there, I just say Z-stat ratio, is it greater than 1.96 anywhere? And it says, sorry boss, there is nothing. That's good for me. I go back, I again open up my Benford. Now what I do is, I say, fine boss, now let me look to my second position. If I look on to my second position and I say I'm going to put it into a table which is going to be leading 2, and I say, fine boss, I get now 2 digits. You see 10, 11, 12, 13. So now it is checking the 2 digits of your numbers over there. And then again it's giving you Z-stat ratio. I just pull it up and I say, fine boss, is there anything which is beyond 1.96? Okay. It says, yes boss. There are figures starting with 18 and 34, which is violating your Z-stat ratio. That means now this is my alert. If I want to look into all the transactions of 18, where 18 is my starting number, I can just simply click on it and it will give me all the transactions starting with 18. So here the Benford law has just helped me to create or generate a trigger. There seems to be something wrong. From here, your real investigation starts. Now, out of my entire population of the data, I am able to segregate or separate out my data which should be investigated. Once I come over here, for an example, in this case, I have employees. So I have multiple employees doing all these transactions. So one way is I can say, okay, let me just summarize on these employees and let me see out of these employees, and if I say, let me take up my transaction amount also, and I say, please show it on the output file, I can just say this is going to be employee underscore summarized, okay, and I click on OK. So it tells me you have these employees, these are the number of transactions they have processed, and this is the value. What trend do I see? So I have with me 6 employees and I find that 4 of the employees, their number of transactions are between what? 36 to 40. But exceptionally, there are 2 employees who have really outperformed. And they have, both of them have done exactly equal number of transactions, and the amount also is higher as compared to the others. Now, first of all, you had the whole population, you segregated 18. From 18, I move to the sensitive employee who should I investigate. So if I want to investigate, okay, I want to check the employee number, this 444, now I can go down and I can check what are my transactions over here. I have a transaction date with me. Now your investigation moves on. You might like to see, is he doing something on Friday, Saturday? I might be enjoying in NISWA, but he is doing something. So I can right click, I say I want to know the day of the week. So what I do is I just say, okay, let me find out what is my day of week. And from here, I can pick up my character day of the week and I say, fine, I just pick up character date. I say, this is my transaction date. show me 3 characters in every name of the weekday. Okay, I click OK. I get all my weekdays. I can click on it and I can just simply do summarize. I say fine bot, show me the output on the screen, and I click OK. I would know that Friday 10 transactions, Monday 15, on which day how many transactions are happening. So now my investigations goes right. Oh, I got a red flag. So gentlemen, sorry for overshooting and boring you. So normally after my presentation, I do get a one most common question answer session is that who invited him? So I give you the answer, that's Mr. Prabhu. Okay, so you see the step-by-step investigation goes with the analytics. You are moving from the total data to selected to employee to the day of the week, and then you can go deep down which hour of the day, night, and it would be. Gentlemen, I have taken your card, thank you. You need not do that. It was indeed a pleasure. Thanks for having a patient hearing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to invite CA Jaws and CA Prabhu to felicitate CA Nishiv Seth.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you are the man who got me to this country.
Thank you, Mr. Nishiv, for your insightful speech on using analytics to detect and manage fraud, which provided us with valuable strategies for enhancing fraud prevention and risk management. Let's take a moment to recharge with a coffee break, because great ideas and conversations deserve a caffeinated boost. The coffee break will be for 10 minutes. Thank you.
अरे रख रहे अपना है ना अरे उनको फोटो निकालने चल हमारा है वो इधर रख दूसरा भी लेके तो शानपना करने गया आजा 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 लोग आ रहे हैं उधर
के बाद में लेने के ना भाई, कौन सा माइक है? माइक 5 है, 2 है। ऑलरेडी एक माइक तोड़ दिया। نسمع வீடியோ ப்ளே ஆகுதுல்ல அவுட்புட் வருது உங்களுக்கு ஸ்பீக்கர்ல ये तो करता है और एक हमारा पास रिसीवर था ना उसको डाल के दे देना खलाص ابلع على السريع அது என்ன வராது ஒரு நிமிஷம் நான் அதுதான் சொல்றேன் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு நிமிஷம் புரியுதா இல்லையா உங்களுக்கு அங்கே ஏதாவது விஷயம் இருக்கா என்ன தெரியாது பட் இல்லை இப்போ எனக்கு உங்களுக்கு வரணும்னா எனக்கும் வரக்கூடாது ஸ்க்ரீனில் அவுட்புட் போதும் दूसरा माइक किधर वो लेके आने के लिए साउंड हो रहा है नया माइक किधर है मैम तुम लोग भी नया माइक नीचे निकल डाला ना जो इधर जो रखा था बस يلا
As in, like, you know, you're talking in third person and standing first person at the same time. Like, we thank Mr. Thing for your, we thank Mr. Aryan for your support. We thank for his support.
صورة لازم صورة ايوه بريزيدنت كان بريزيدنت لا
بس لو سمحت بس على مريم لكن ما حتى وانا انت لا انا كنت بقى كني اشر يعني كذا ايوه كني اتكلم لا كني اتكلم فيديو بنك عمان العربي فاهليكم في شاشات وكذا حياكم الله يا مرحبا بكم حياكم الله وهذا هنا خلاص
من يكش
No, that doesn't make sense. No. Including doctor for that, you're referring to a group of ministries as yours. See, we're also grateful to our dignitaries, esteemed invitees from various government ministries.
they're trying to refer to the doctor as well.
Then so, your contribution. Yeah. No, then it should be for his active participation. But here we're referring to for their is the.
Trying to respect their access.
No, I don't think so.
It's like very third person.
Yeah, no.
بين؟
So we're also grateful to our dignitaries and esteemed invitees from
اعطيني حركات انا كيف
including Dr. Yasser, assistant, for for their active. So their active refers to the government. Then your contributions.
Then
the contributions.
خلاص امور طيبه.
I swear, their contributions have truly enriched the discussions and helped foster an environment of knowledge sharing and heartfelt also appreciation. Also goes we're proud to showcase.
What is that?
Huh?
That like
No, comma error. And we thank you for being partners in this fight. And we thank you for being our partners in this fight. Hey, this fight against you. We also extend our gratitude. We also extend our gratitude to our moderators, panelists, and speakers who shared their expertise, making today's session informative and engaging. Your insights, their insights. have left us curious to learn and Ma'am, you also.
Invigorate.
I've also I have also left us all inspired and curious to learn, and I wouldn't want to experience.
Check. அவன் கால் பண்ணுறான் நான் கெயின் கம்மி பண்ண சொல்லு செக் செக் இல்லை கொஞ்சம் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணு செக்
Yeah, okay, and curious to learn and progress forward in life. To all our board members led by President Mr. Khalil and to our volunteers, thank you for your tireless efforts. We also extend our special thanks to Mr. Ram, our Treasurer and Director, for his dedication, for his unwavering dedication. Lastly, I would like to thank all our attendees for their active participation. It is through this creative effort, shared knowledge that all of you, wait, what? Through this shared knowledge. That will make sense to engage, learn from, and contribute to the global fight against financial crime. Okay, I'm just going to read. You can go. Wait, I want to proofread once again.
வேறு எதுவும் இங்கே நாங்கள் எதுவும் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வேறு வேலையே இல்லைங்க இங்கே இதுலேருந்து அவுட்புட் போயிட்டு இதுலேருந்து அவுட்புட் போகிறது என் ஸ்க்ரீனும் ஒர்க்காது இந்த அந்த ஒரு டேப் எடுத்து எது லேப்டாப் வேணும் இப்போ நீங்கள் மாற்றிங்க இப்போ அங்கே போயிட்டு செப்பரேட்
Welcome back. Welcome back. Next.
Certification at CPA. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul.
Don't take. I'm trying to be light and I will try to be quick and fast. I heard many of the my slides today in the discussions and the speakers, so I will go only into further into starting my speech with a small story that's happening around every time, every conference, every summit that I'm attending. We are attending conferences. I read a story of a few months back. I attended one conference, critical conference about data management, data privacy. And overall, the conference from the morning till evening, everyone is saying cybersecurity, how we can feel safe, how we can feel trust, how we can feel that we are in safe mood with all of that trendings. You are giving us AI, you are importing new technologies, new trending parts in our environment. And many questions about how we can be secure. This is overall the conference over the day. At the end of the conference, it was the awareness session with good solutions about the challenges that face overall. The problem is, the most people who was asking about the challenges, they was not there by the end of the conference. It was empty. And here is a challenge. Saying that give the people awareness is not easy task. Totally is not easy task. Because you need to make the people interesting to hear you. You need to make the people interesting that they are really in danger. Then they will be listening to you, then they will take up the awareness. So keep raising that as a recommendation. Aware people is not easy task. It's the most of the complicated task and should be prioritized in the middle and the front. not at the end of the list because of the reason. Now, all of the technology is in the hand of the user. Their smartphones, their tablets, their systems, even they are working from home and their laptops, everything at home in their hand. If they are not well educated, if they are not aware, so خلاص, end of the discussion. So please keep people around you fully encouraged about cybersecurity awareness. I will go ahead into scaring you a little bit about the attacks. It's happening. So we'll go into 50 cybersecurity trending attacks. It's happening over last few months, and it's trending a lot in the market. These attacks is not something new. It's the same attacks happening again and again and again. Cybersecurity frauds in the banking industry refers to the malicious attack, malicious activities, targeting of financial institutions to get unauthorized access to your money, to manipulate transaction, stealing frauds, growing digitalization in the banking is leading of all of that. Can we stop digitalization of banking? No. Can we stop adopting of AI? Is again no. We cannot stop the business objectives. We need to go further with the business objectives. Cybersecurity is all the time aligned with the business. So it should not be run away. You cannot block everything to feel safe. You need to facilitate the business objectives to enhancing the experience of overall the security. So cybersecurity frauds is happening because of digitalizations, online bankings, online services, electronics equipments have been on and also moving towards the Internet of Things. Now, cyber attacks in fintech. Let me start with this. Anybody here face any fraud in your credit card, bank card? I'm starting with myself. Yes? Anybody have a thefting of your card? Suspicious activity in your transactions, that this is transaction? Yes? Yes? So welcome to the cyber attacks. This is actually was one of the cyber attacks that we are facing in financial technologies. Phishing or تصيد. One of the social engineering attacks is happening through emails campaigns, scammers. It's happening through SMS. It's happening through discussions over there. So congratulations, you are the winner. Click it to the link to get your prize. Or please contact the bank. Click into the link to have the contact details and put all your identity over there. Or Post Oman, they will send you through emails or SMS. Welcome to Post Oman, and you have a delayed shipment. Please access the link to have your shipment in. All of that is happening. But what is a new story with AI? The new story with AI is they have the same phishing, نفس التصيد, but they are smarter. They are using the same voice, the same picture of the people. So now you will feel that you are seeing the person in front of you in video call, and he's speaking and asking you for sensitive information, can be your manager, can be your parents, anybody like that, and ask you for details. But actually, it's not true. It's all completely fake. So AI generates phishing emails using natural language processing. Natural language processing is one of the algorithms of AI where we can simulate the voice and text and make the people speaking or the image speaking as this is a person, is a natural person, or he's a real person, to personalize the conversation on the phishing. Deepfake technology, AI generate audio or video that can be opposed back in official. So please now, as I said in the morning, do not trust even the people with video. Ensure that this person is the same person who's communicating with you. So if you know this person personally, communicating through WhatsApp, are you trying to call me? Did you send me the link for video call? Are you trying for me for my identity, scan of my card, scan of my something? So ensuring that this is the correct person, because till now we don't have a full systems for identity risk management, which is coming with AI attacks. We have procedures, we have the techniques for authentication and authorization of the transactions, but there is no automated system for detection. This is one of the stories that happened in US recently this year. One of the US bank, they have AI-powered phishing attacks. Also, in March 2024, a major financial institution fell a victim in DFAC. And when I'm telling you the percentage, you will be shocked. 60% of the banking customers and banking staff, they failed in DFAC. And unfortunately, this is a huge number and huge percentage. We are speaking about thousands of people around the industry. They failed in DFAC scams and attack by believing that this video is real, this audio is real, it's happening. Malware and ransomware اللي هي البرمجيات الخبيثة أو اللي هي برمجيات الفدية, which is currently huge in industry. Ransomware is one of the malicious implemented bank system to steal data and encrypted the systems. Anybody here know the encryption? عشان ما نكون وايد معقدة technically. Encryption, التشفير. So they will go into the system and they will lock the system عن طريق التشفير. They will encrypt your system totally. And this is a ransomware attack. And the problem of ransomware attack, it's one way فقط. يعني ما في conversation between you and الهاكر. يدخل يعمل lock يطلع. If you want your data, pay me. عشان كده سموها فدية ransomware. If you want your data, please pay me over. One of the major cases
was following that case. It was in Singapore. Did you hear about the case? سمعتوا عن قصة سنغافورة؟ The National Data Center in Singapore earlier of this year, they faced a ransomware attack. International attacker, I will not say from where, international attackers, group of attackers, they attacked the National Data Center of Singapore, which is having the national governmental data, اللي هي المعلومات الحكومية للحكومة السنغافورية, and they encrypted through ransomware attack. And they said to Singapore, if you want your data for your government, what you need to do? Did you think they pay? How many of you believe they pay? They paid? They paid because their data, their government data. Singapore, they said, okay, we paid a lot, this time we will not pay. What they did, they announced of hundreds millions dollar gift to the people in Singapore to unlock the data. Hundreds million of, what's happened? 4 days, all data in place. They pay for their people, they didn't pay for the attackers, which is really good. Within 4 days, yeah, which is good. Now, Singapore, they are now unlocking their data, and they are paying, but they are paying only for their people. They didn't pay for the attackers over. I have the green light, I need to click. So, the World Economic Forums highlighted that AI is being used to boost their cyber attacks, but also noted that they have effectiveness of cyber attacks over. Identity theft, which is there. Now, we're identifying the banks through our ID card. Now, ID cards has also become electronic. An electronic version is the most challenging part that now criminals, they are stealing the electronic identity part. I am glad, and all the time I'm mentioning that. In Oman, now we have a platform, it called it Nashid. Nashid is one of the fintech startups, is starting through the central bank, and they are securing the identity management through the blockchain technology, which is what happened. You will have your identity, and this identity, what will be? It will be secured by special encryption, تشفيرة خاصة. And this is now we are stage over there. So AI can automate and discover your systems. And you know, one of the fun stories happening these days, they will send you a message, ask ChatGPT what you know about me. Did you receive this? It's a type of data collection about you. So you will ask ChatGPT, do you know who I am? Based on that, generate photos. And you will put that, what will be generated? If ChatGPT doesn't know anything, it will generate it, I cannot do anything. But if you already have a storage of data about you, it will give you a full of your history. And this is one of the data collection attack and identity theft management. And by the way, you will receive this message because everyone having fun through WhatsApp. Please ask ChatGPT, and we are now collecting data about Omani citizens around. Card scheming and ATM frauds, where devices are captured and card in ATMs also point of leading. And what's happening in AI is automated. Now, there is no human is attacking the machine. It's machine to machine. I will program a machine to attack all ATMs around. Distributed denial of service attack that overwhelm the systems that you have and stop the entire system, causing the loss of the institutions or the bank over, so the bank services will be down. And this is not because of failure of hardware, it's not a failure of the systems, but it's a failure of because of the attack. في هجمات. And the idea to impact the system financially and reputation and customer trust, especially the competitive. They can do that because I want to show the customers that my services is up and running, and that bank, their services goes down. So it goes is denial of service attack, one of them. This is one of the research papers which is stating the most financial attacks that's happening through the this year and past 3 years, and how exactly it's impacted. Because at the time I will not go through into that. What we should go further, we need to go with highly biometric security, zero trust architecture. Do not believe that you have 100% security. You should keep monitoring again and again and again, and you need to have automated of your cybersecurity countermeasures. Please use AI now in cybersecurity, and there is no human now attacking you. Now machine is attacking you, so you need to have the same speed with the machine. So I'm sorry for the, it's not branding issues, but only for example. So you cannot bring Ferrari to drive with the small low-speed cars. So same thing, high-speed car cannot go with a low-speed car. So if they are attacking through AI, you need to have an AI to that. And to clarify this, AI is not tool, it's not machine, it's not hardware, it's a programming and algorithms. هي خوارزميات وبرمجة. As much you know and understand the algorithms will program, and you turn it into your current system, and then this is enhancement. فما محتاجين نظام جديد. You don't need any new systems. If any companies come to you, no, drop your new system, I will give you a new system with AI, is nothing. It's the same features, but they empower the features with the new algorithms that are there, and you can do that. فما تصدقوا إن في سيستم شغال AI، هو عملية تحسينية للأنظمة الموجودة حالياً. Blockchain technology, which is give you a full encryption and different encryption, تشفيرات خاصة لكل بيانات تطلع. So it's different encryption for different data it goes out. Cybersecurity insurance. Did you hear about cybersecurity insurance? It's a new term actually, raised up. And now previously what we have a companies, they have a building insurance, life insurance, medical insurance. Now companies, they need to have a cybersecurity insurance. Now why we need to do that? طرف ثالث, risk management. Anytime I will lose my data, I will lose my services, I will lose my that, من اللي راح يدفع الغرامة? Insurance. So there is international companies start to provide the cybersecurity insurance point to point, and this is what we are motivating in. These are some of the financial part. And to ending by last point, there is a new networking part. I will go a little bit technically, اللي هو IPv6. IPv6 is a new protocol that we have, and it's encouraging point-to-point connection. How many people here technical? Technical people? Technical? Okay, then I need to go and then technical part. Point-to-point, it's mean connecting machine to machine level, connecting networking to خلاص يعني وقف point to point level over. So we need to adopt the IPv6 in our infrastructure. No need to change your systems, no need to change your infrastructure over, just adopt a new patching and a new algorithms and new technologies around, integrated that, ادمجوهم. Do not entirely change your system. I'm looking for the people, because I'm also consultant, أنا يعني مستشارة في risk management. They are coming to me and said, خلاص نحن بنغير entire infrastructure, we are buying new things. No need to do that. Especially if you have a new يعني hardware and software around, you need only to have a new features to be integrated, and then you will be smart. التي في هو نفس التي في، لكن عملوا فيه تحسينات ونيو سنسرات والوايرلس اكسس. صار smart TV, but it's the same thing, it's TV. It's a similar idea and technology. Do not go beyond hundreds and millions of riyal only to adopt AI's algorithms and programming. Thank you so much, and hopefully you enjoy the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Khola. Now I would like to request Ms. Fataya and Rema if they can come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Khola. Moving on, we are pleased to introduce Dr. Santosh John. Santosh John is an expert in computer science, transnational education, and is an active researcher. He is also a consultant in ICT, teaching and learning for higher education, and is also a career consultant. In addition, Dr. Santosh serves as an Institute Director Project Lead for establishing the higher education institution and the EPA lead for IBM UK. He is also a charity coordinator. Dr. Santosh John is highly regarded for his expertise and dedication across multiple fields. His positive character and can-do spirit have earned him deep admiration both in his professional and personal circles. He is well known in the educational sector for his ability to lead teams through challenging times and successfully turn around situations. Dr. John is a research grant recipient of Microsoft and TRC Oman. His research publication claimed Best Paper Award in reputed international conferences. He is actively engaged in promoting work-based learning initiatives in Sultanate and beyond, as the same is a need of the hour. Let me invite Dr. Santosh to speak on AI and the new age of financial security.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Very good evening to one and all. Let me start with an apology because I know that though with artificial intelligence it may be possible, but I'm sure that I am challenging the patience of each one of you. For a long day you are sitting here and hearing various aspects of this cyber security, fraud detection, fraud prevention in technical and business perspective. And I am not sure that I have anything to add on. But since we are into the forum, I'm sure that I can be able to touch up with the many aspects which have been discussed here since morning. And I will start with my topic. And I'm attached with the Middle East College, one of the known private higher education institutions here. We have a strong research focus and research group in cyber security, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. We are offering academic programs which is fully research oriented in cyber security. So for today's session, I have a short agenda, but don't worry by looking into the long list. I'll very quickly run through these aspects. Many of these things are already been discussed here in the forum, but I'll be more focusing on to what extent we can customize this AI, because everywhere the word AI is penetrating and people are using AI for everything now, and even to a certain extent, without using the adjective AI, we can't say anything in anywhere. That is where the scenario now. But what exactly AI? Just now we heard that AI is nothing but it is certain algorithms. And there are people who are saying that AI is nothing but robots they are going to be mimicking. So various perspectives are there for AI. We will run through in fraud point of view, in fraud prevention and detection, what we can be and what are the kind of algorithms playing the role in fraud detection and prevention under the tag of this AI. So we all know that increasing digitization is a reality. Digital transformation is an inevitable thing, and the whole world has considerably moved to this dimension of digital transformation. As a result of that, we have enormous online transaction now, digital wallets, cryptocurrency, mobile banking. So we as human, we are now banking for any kind of convenience. So we are in a rush towards the convenience. Of course, convenience is much needed. Even the pandemic season also have given a lot of opportunity for us to delve into more convenience. But one thing is that while we are rushing towards these convenience, whether knowingly or unknowingly, we are opening up the vulnerabilities in our systems. And these vulnerabilities, we need to address with the support of latest technologies. Otherwise, like evergreen quote is there, if you are not attacking the risk will attack you. The same principle is applicable here. If you are technologically and conceptually more higher than the attack, then the attack will certainly defeat you. So that is why escalated mechanisms, AI-based escalated mechanisms are much better for prevention of the attacks, and AI we can use in this context as a transformative tool to stay ahead of the fraudsters. So that is where I would like to pitch AI in this forum as a transformative tool. Online transactions, we know that online transaction, even for a small purchase until very complicated business deals, were now happening on online platform. And in the case of digital wallets, we are all very comfortable now by using Apple Wallet or Google Wallet or PayPal or whatever it may be. But be very mindful that these kind of wallets are offering convenience, but we should ensure that our devices, the technology, the transmission medium, what we are using for these digital wallets are ultimately very, very secured. If not, your digital assets and the secured data will be lost, and that is the end of your convenience. Moving further, cryptocurrency, yes, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the Hyperledger formatting, all these things are opening up a very concrete, decentralized financial model, and it is ensuring that the anonymity, and also it is ensuring that the low cost in transaction. But these are also having the opportunity for the attackers to knock into your system and to enter into your system. So mobile banking is another one. We are all very much comfortable with this mobile banking and the usage of mobile banking. There also we have all these threats 24/7 with us. So what I'm trying to say is that not to discourage any of these convenient kind of transactions, but at the same time that we need to be mindful how we can protect our devices, protect our digital assets, protect our transactions as well. So some statistics I have mentioned here. So what is going to happen in the near future by making use of this AI? What are the areas where we need to be focused more on this fraud prevention? So we can see, I have listed here quite a lot of top 10 emerging cyber security threats towards 2030. We can see that the phishing, just now the previous presenter was saying about the phishing, and phishing attack is there. Then there's ransomware, malware, the identity theft. These are the kind of evergreen theft will be there. But what we need to realize on all these aspects is that the variations or the transformations of these kind of fraud activities will move further now by leveraging the best benefit of the technology. So that is why being a consumer or being service provider or being financial institution, we need to be mindful of those kind of advanced attacks. That is why I have used the word advanced phishing attacks that may be in the form of phishing email, in the form of say a fake website, maybe some unstructured format also. So now by making use of the social media, many unstructured text also is using for phishing. And then ransomware, just now was mentioning about the classical case of Singapore ransomware. And then account takeover and identity theft. So identity theft is nothing but that is where the legitimate uses information to be stolen by any means, and then by making use of those stolen information for claiming transactions and use fraudulent transactions. So the most dangerous one in this series now, with the support of this AI, that what we are facing now is the synthetic fraud. Since morning about deepfake videos, I think in the first panel discussion, it was a discussion about the deepfake model. And this is very common now, that is synthetic fraud, which is a bit complicated, which is a bit complex to predict as well, because where the real and the fictitious informations are going to be merging and using the same for making the transactions. So therefore, only complex algorithms can identify this amalgamation, and such kind of algorithms only can prevent these transactions. And obviously, the data breaches and the privacy risk, these are also inviting attackers to enter into your systems. This is where AI we can use as a transformative. The human-based mechanisms for preventing these kind of things are very much relying on the human expertise and the rule-based mechanisms. This is where AI is going to be making the first change. AI is offering a mechanism which is real-time fraud detection and prevention. How AI can do these things? Because machine learning algorithms are very well matured. And machine learning algorithms has proven the fact that millions of record sets, millions of data sets can be processed to So predictive analytics is the classical form of data analytics. Now based on the historical data, these machine learning and deep learning algorithms are going to be predicting the fact, the risk factor, and incident responses can be able to take it up. And that too, with AI, it can instantly automate, and automated solutions are going to be implying very quickly. So that is where the AI as a transformative tool, because it is going to be making automated actions. Behavioral biometrics is another one. This morning, this also has been discussed by someone. Behavioral biometrics is going to be adding one more layer of security in addition to your face recognition or your biometric one. This is going to be incorporating your mouse movement or your phone pattern usage or whatever it may be. So then it is very challenging for an attacker to trace and peep into. So moving further, NLP algorithms, I'm not delving into further because NLP algorithms are using for to identify the phishing emails or identifying the fake websites by using these kind of NLP algorithms in terms of speech as well as the text. And automated security responses, as I said earlier, instant response, it can be automated. Therefore, if any malicious information identified, it can be immediately being treated or cured. So these are the common types of financial fraud. I'm not going further into this one because these are all very familiar to all of you. This is a classical case that I have taken from one of the financial publications. This is the case in India, and the statistics is a little bit scary. 39% of Indian families on this survey confirmed that they are experiencing some type of online financial fraud in last 3 years. And the sad part of this story is that only 1/4 of this percentage only is going to be getting their money or digital asset back. The rest of the things, rest of the family members or rest of the people are compromising. Even yesterday I heard a message from India that the vehicle fine, there is a system called Parivahan back in India. So in that system, there is a fake message is coming to, replicating that system, and a fake message is coming to customer's mobile phone. So you have a red line cut or a signal jump or a wrong parking. So this is where you have to put up your things. So people are immediately logging into that fake site and to pay the digital challan, then they are going to be hacked. So in India, on subcontinent countries, this is a very common thing. So the one and only one way that we need to be very well to be for this preventive stuff. Traditional way, as I said, we are mainly relying on human expertise and rule-based mechanisms for identifying these prevention things. But when it comes to AI, we are having pattern recognition, we have real-time analysis, and we have adaptive learning. Why? Because this is having the embedded with the deep learning and machine learning algorithms. So this making you good opportunity for handling complex situations and complex pattern or the insights can be identified by making use of these AI algorithms. Algorithms, deep learning, it is primarily using for recognition for document verification. So that means the holograms or the watermark which is in the digital document can be verified so that the banks or financial institution, wherever they are demanding the original document, they can get it done. And NLP, as I said, for structured and unstructured text, NLP can be used. So these are the key machine learning algorithms for fraud detection. The most simple one I can say it is a linear of this character is decision tree. Decision tree machine learning algorithms can capture both the classification and regression problems. Regression will predict, classification will take a call based on the options. And additionally, when it comes to random forest, it is a mixture of many decision trees. So complicated algorithms can be taken care by using random forest. It got another variation called a gradient boosting. So these are the kind of algorithms with a higher accuracy rate working on very big data sets is assuring the prevention of attacks because it is having the capability to process that. And additionally, neural networks. This is also in the morning, in the first group discussion, someone was saying about the neural networks. Yes, the three layers are there, the inputting layer, and then there got a middle layer called a computing layer, and then the output layer will be getting up based on the computation. It's going to be incorporating such kind of mechanisms. So how ML is going to be working, as those who are very, very technically, they can say that it is going to be making statistical underpinning philosophy, but on these days, we have a lot of software tools to be making this machine learning implementation with a very good accuracy by few lines of code and single clicks. But one should have a clear understanding on that underpinning statistics if they are applying logistic regression or those kind of stuff. Moving further, deep learning model So there are many advanced techniques are there. I'm not dwelling further and I'm not looking that side as well. But what are the kind of innovation? So by making use of AI, the innovations we can real-time fraud detection we can use by making use of this AI. And blockchain-based AI models and which is going to be having high immutability. So blockchain algorithm security mechanisms, we can add one more layer so that the security aspects will be there, and explainable artificial intelligence, which is very clear insight as well. Yep. So technical challenges are there. When we are saying about the AI can make wonders, AI can make everything. Data, if it is well cleaned and well filtered without much anomaly, then only this is going to be getting it into full-fledged benefit. But we know that getting very cleaned data is a hypothetical reality. So as a result, getting huge volume of data, cleaned data is a challenge. And also, when new frauds are coming, new cyber criminals are coming up with a new mechanism, getting up a recent volume of such kind of information for training is another challenge. Then, of course, ethical compliance challenges like compliance with such kind of mechanism is also a challenge for the new generation of the security professionals. So what are the fraud detection? I'm sure that synthetic fraud detection is going to be little bit challenging for all of us in the coming days because so many variations of synthetic fraud is there and complex algorithm only can segregate this and find a solution for us. And at the same time, someone was saying about in the previous sessions, because the computing power is also a challenge. So the machine to machine, and the very, very good example here mentioned comparing a saloon car of any continental car with a Ferrari. Yes, that is true. So if you want to compete with the Ferrari, so your saloon car should have such kind of competent engine. If not, you need to think about other options. That is where the quantum computing is going to be hand in glove with the AI in the coming years, so that the computing power can be enhanced. So further advancements in multi-factor authentication, so more security mechanism can be incorporated. So I'm going to wind up this session by just reiterating the takeaway message. So AI can be used as a transformative role in the financial fraud prevention in coming days. That is for sure. It has already been initiated. Second thing, importance of advanced machine learning and deep learning algorithms. Analysis, real-world cases show significant improvements in fraud detection accuracy. So especially the hybrid algorithms in artificial intelligence, in machine learning and deep learning, they are showcasing this accuracy level into a very significant level. And ethical consideration remain essential to ensure responsible artificial intelligence usage. So in all means, the one who are going to be using this AI, they should be having legal, ethical compliance with the country or the geographical location where they are going to be using. So my last message is that you are going to be using it, and what the best benefit of that technology you are going to be reaping for your security purpose. So with this, I'm winding up this session. Thank you for listening me in this late evening.
Can I request President, Mr. Khalil and Hassan to come on the stage and give a memento to Dr. Santosh? Thank you, Dr. Santosh, for the enlightening speech. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. 𝐵𝐵𝐿 𝐾𝐫𝐧𝐚𝐿. He's a visionary leader with over 20 years of experience in the technology and consulting industry, spanning about Middle East, USA, and India. Currently, he heads a digital business at MHD, and 𝐵𝐵𝐿 is responsible for driving innovative technology solutions, including AI, IoT, fintech, and robotics. He is a distinguished public speaker, an award-winning TEDx speaker, and a distinguished Toastmaster, known for his ability to engage diverse audience with his strategic insights and thought leadership. He is also an author of the bestseller, The Unseen Wings, which reflects his creative spirit and commitment to his inspiring personal and social growth. His passion for lifelong learning is evident in his ongoing PhD program and his graduation from INSEAD Business School. Let me call upon Mr. 𝐵𝐵𝐿 to give a speech on generative AI, prevention and detection.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Prashant Bafna for the wonderful introduction that he gave me, and to those wonderful ladies and gentlemen over there who are managing the audio visuals so well. A huge round of applause, please. I sell software to companies who don't need that, to CFOs who can't afford that, to end users who don't know how to use that, knowing fully well that I don't know anything about that. Now, does that make me a fake or a deep fake? Coming as the penultimate speaker in an event like this, where a lot has been spoken about in terms of deep fake, my thunder has already been stolen by the eminent speakers. So I have been asked by the organizers to warm the audience for the next speaker, which I'm going to do now. They have also told that there is a certificate that is going to be given to all those who are sitting here. So you're going to be asked some questions, which is what I'm going to do, so that you get the certificates. Are we game? Let's see what you understood from all that you heard through the day today. And why isn't the slide moving? Sorry? It's not opening? Awesome. Sorry? Yeah. This part of my life is called technology not working. It will work shortly. Till then, let me ask you some questions. All right. Deep fake, you heard about it? Anybody who's not heard about it? Raise your hand. Anybody who's not heard about it? All right. We also heard about synthetic. What was that we heard about? Synthetic? Visuals. Synthetic fraud. Right. Synthetic fraud and authentic reality. Right? That's the difference between what we are seeing and what we are not seeing. Right? So here we come with a presentation. Generative AI fraud, deep fake, prevention and detection is what I will try to speak on. Why is the slide not moving? There you go. Can you tell me which among this is a picture generated through AI? Question number 1. Which among these have been generated by artificial intelligence? All of them. You all will get the certificates. Yes. Well done. We heard about Photoshop, which used to be there earlier. We have used photo editing apps in our smartphones. We have extensively used Instagram filters for our videos. Now that's me. I never looked so good. It took me just 2 minutes and one high-definition photograph to make so many good-looking pictures of myself. And all of them fake. Deepfake is a manipulated image, video, or audio recording designed to produce realistic media of people who have not done, said any of what is being shown on the media. Now, this reference to Zelensky asking the soldiers to lay down their arms and go back to their families was an AI-generated video, which, because it was identified that it was a deep fake video, the war did not come to an end. Otherwise, the war probably would have come to an end. But look at this. The video of Tom Cruise, which went viral as a deepfake video, was something, again, which got the world's attention. So, fact is that by 2030, synthetic media will become ubiquitous. And all you need for that is some basic software And sitting anywhere in the world, a YouTuber or a TikToker can beat the best of studios in Hollywood. That is the kind of future that we are looking at. Audio, please.
I leave for New York tomorrow. Think about a price.
I don't know if the audio did reach you, but my question to you is, based on the dialogues that you heard, does this ring a bell? Which movie was this from? Godfather. Excellent. Now, the set of characters that you saw are a bunch of actors from South India, Kerala, Malayalam movie stars, quite famous in their own right. But did you notice how precise the video was with respect to the lip sync, the movement? It was brilliantly done. Now look at this. I hope the audio works this time.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real.
Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
Look at the video. Deep fake it is. How does that work? A lot has been spoken about that, and I think the previous speaker did mention about how the deep fake in reality works. So there is this thing called generative adversarial network, GANs, which actually uses two neural networks. One, which can create fake content, and the other which can discriminate fake content. So there is an adversarial network that is being created where one is trying to outdo the other and thereby becoming better and better in the process. And that is how this adversarial process improves the quality of the video, audio, or the fakeness, which is what we are seeing. Cybercrime at a high level costs the world around $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. And To put things in perspective, if cybercrime were a country and we are measuring them by their GDP, their economy by GDP, then this would be the third largest country in the world after US and China. There has been a 300% increase in deepfake incidents in the last 2 years. 20% of voice fraud cases have been deepfake related. 30% of all deepfakes, 30% of all frauds have been deepfake originated, and consumers, 70% of them know that it is deepfake. 65% is only identified by the detection technology. 15% of misinformation, which is passed on during the political election campaign, is AI generated or deepfake related. That's okay. I am audible enough, I guess. And if you look at the challenges of the deepfake technology that we are facing, a lot has been told about, so I'll skip this. In terms of 4 major areas that it impacts, one is on the personal and professional front, the other is on the financial fraud front, and the third is on the political misinformation front, and the fourth one is on the privacy concerns. How do we prevent? Education and awareness, and that is where forums like this, organizations like the ACFE are playing such a phenomenal role. And kudos to you for organizing this kind of an event. Well done on that. The other thing, yes. Well, thank you. The second thing is the digital literacy programs, training programs and associations with various industry bodies and companies that are into research is something that needs to be done, collaborating with technology companies. Regulatory measures is the other thing that can possibly improve or look at how a prevention initiative can be done because of the regulatory aspects which come into the play. What you can check for when you see a deepfake video is look for odd lighting and reflections, atypical body movements which are not very normal, strange texture and glossy image, poor quality when zoomed in, object edge flickering, out of place details like misplaced hair strand or jewelry or something like that. And these are possibly some telltale signs that you can actually make sure at your level, at an individual level, that this indeed is a deepfake video or a deepfake or a synthetic media. Detection techniques at an enterprise level, at an organization level, if you look at it, AI is there to beat AI. Now, on one side, when you have AI causing these deep fakes, on the other hand, we use the same medicine to treat this disease. And that is where... Now the mic works. Awesome. One industry which is very highly vulnerable to deepfake is the banking, financial services, insurance industry. And I have taken four use cases which can prove to you how usage of AI in this particular industry can actually counter the threat of a deepfake. One is where banking institutions and insurance firms can detect fraudulent video or voice-based fraud attacks, such as deepfake identity theft. And there's a platform that we have which provides, which is designed to detect and combat deepfake attacks, specializing in synthetic media situations and detection. Now here, in this kind of a scenario where you have, in a banking scenario where know your customer becomes key, or verification, documents which are submitted for processing of loans and banking related transactions, this is where a platform like this, which can be plugged and played in and integrated with your existing legacy security measures that are there in the banking industry, can make a difference. And these are ready plug and play solutions which are there, which over time of usage with more and more data coming in, can become better and better, and that is how from a reactive to a proactive or a predictive kind of a situation is where we can move to eventually. And that essentially is is possibly the best way to counter deepfake. The second use case that I'm talking about, again from the banking and financial services industry, is to verify documents, images, forms which have been filled up, supporting documents which have been given. Those can be verified using AI engines and the platform which has been created, which can take care of the verification of these documents. The third one, which again is from the banking and financial services industry, is to use voice authentication, where they would want to have voice authentication done so that fraudulent voice related scams can be avoided. Most of the trading that happens many times is I call my stockbroker and ask him to buy or sell. If my voice is cloned and if there is a deep fake happening with respect to my audio, then possibly it could be that stocks which are not to be bought might get bought, or ones which are not to be sold might get sold. So these kind of AI-enabled platforms make sure that such fraudulent aspects are taken care of. I'll skip this because suffice to say that at the end of it, when we look at a comprehensive solution for anything which is deep fake, it is not a one-size-fits-all kind of a thing. You have to have a combination of AI, blockchain, and ML, which at the end of it can be a foolproof, comprehensive solution to the malice called deepfake. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for bearing with me while I struggle with my microphone and the sound system. I hope there was something interesting that you could carry home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bipin. May I invite Mr. Jose to give a small memento from ACFE Oman to Mr. Bipin?
Close. Okay, Manayas? No, he will cancel.
Can you tell Prabhu to be ready?
Okay.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for the kind words. Can I invite Mr. Prabhu to give the closing remarks and vote of thanks? Mr. Prabhu?
Assalamu alaikum. We have been hearing AI, deepfake, and financial fraud since morning. I want to see, instead of AI, I have hashtag 3A. A means, you should anticipate, adopt, and apply. And hashtag 4I. 4I is, first I is, we should have integrity at our heart, whatever we do. Then we should have intelligence, okay? And next I is, we should have innovation in whatever we do, technology, okay? And involvement. Involvement means you have to put heart into it. That is the passion. Whatever we do, we should put heart into it. And then I am telling you all this, what you have been listening from morning. AI or Mr. Nishish said, generative, predictive AI, okay? This 4 hashtag 3A plus 4I cannot be replaced with anything by the machine ML, what Mr. Bipin has rightly said. With this, I thank all participants who have been patiently listening, and we have a very interactive sessions. Thank all our sponsors, and now on behalf of the ACFE Oman chapter, I deeply honored to extend our gratitude to all those who made this event great success. Thank one and all. First and foremost, we are deeply grateful to His Excellency Abdul Salam Al Murshidi, President Oman Investment Authority, for his gracious presence for our forum. Give him a big round of applause. We also thank His Excellency Nazar Kamis Al-Jashmi, Chairman Oman Tax Authority, for his gracious presence for our forum. We also thank CA T.N. Manoharan for his keynote address, and his wisdom has been shared, and all of us enjoyed his keynote address. Thank you, Mr. CA T.N. Manoharan. We also thank our sponsors, College of Banking and Financial Studies, who has been sponsors for ACFE Oman chapter. They have been continuously supporting us and looking forward to your continuous patronage for our chapter events. Please give them a big round of applause. We also thank Oman Arab Bank, our mega sponsors for the day. Please give them a big round of applause. Bank Muscat, National Bank of Oman, Tagir Finance, Alawaniya Financials, SMN Power, Bank Dhofar, and Crow Oman. Please thank Mr. Khalil and his board team for putting this event a great success. We also thank and our gratitude to His Majesty Sultan bin Haytham for his benevolence and for conducting this chapter in Oman. Thank our 54th National Day wishes to His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq Al Said for his continuous attention accorded to all of us in the Sultanate of Oman, for his vision, leadership, government and people of Oman on this auspicious occasion. Wishing him good success, happiness, and people of Oman. Wish you all happy National Day. Thank you one and all. Please join us for a group photo.